Welcome to the organizational meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. The meeting is now in order. Dr. Reyes?
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start with the oath, administering the oath to the newly elected board members. If I can have, so we'll do them one by one. So if we can start with trustee president Lucy Ugarte, if you can come forward, and if you, I would like to invite president of the CVE, Ms. Rosie Martinez, to administer the oath. Raise your right hand.
Please repeat after me. I, and state your name. I, Lucy Ugarte, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Oh, and this is your certificate of election.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sign it, let's take it.
And next, I would like to call Trustee Francisco Tamayo. And I would also like to call CV President, Ms. Rosie Martinez, to administer the oath.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation, purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. This is your certificate of election.
I don't know. Would you like to come say?
Hold on a second.
Oh.
So, during the longevity awards, we forgot to give you your longevity award for 10 years. So, years of service.
Yay. Trustee Tamayo, would you like to say anything?
There's a lot of work, so let's get to it. That's it.
Same. Thank you. All right.
Congratulations to you two.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you again.
Thank you. All right. All board members are present. We will now approve the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. We will now conduct the annual organizational business of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education to 1, elect officers, 2, appoint superintendent as secretary, and 3, adopt the dates, time, and place for the regular board meetings in 2025. The board may vote on each item individually or all three at once. If voting for each sub-item individually, there will be 3 motions and seconds. Dr. Reyes.
Thank you. So, correct. So, this time every year we do what is called organizational business, which is basically the election of officers, which includes president, vice president, and clerk. As President Ugarte mentioned before, the motion can be done for individually. You can vote for each position individually, or you can do it as a slate. And so after we do that, then the next item will be appointing me as the secretary. And then the next item will be adopting the dates, time, and place for the regular board meetings for the 2025 year.
Madam President, I would like to offer a slate as I have done in the previous years. For president, I would like to nominate Trustee Ugarte. For vice president, Trustee Tamayo, and clerk, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, sorry.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
No.
Hearing none. All those in favor of the slate, President Ugarte, Vice President Tamayo, and Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to appoint the superintendent as secretary to the board.
Second.
Motion by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor of having Superintendent Reyes as secretary, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to adopt the dates, time, and place for the regular board meetings as stated in the document.
I'd like to make a revision to one of the dates.
I'll allow it.
I would like to move the April 9th meeting to the following week. I believe that would be April 16th.
Mr. Pong, any issues with budget or anything that we have to turn in? Okay. HR? Okay.
Delia, do you have any issues with that?
I
Change?
don't, but we do need to note that it's 6 weeks, make some meetings 6 weeks later. That's fine by me.
Okay. I'll accept the friendly amendment to change the dates of April 9th to April 16th.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor of the dates with the April meeting amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. Do I have any speakers? We have no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following: Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, collective bargaining, employee negotiations, agency negotiators, Adams, Silva, and McNally, LLP, employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, and Release. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Title Principal. And Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Superior Court of the State of California, County of San Diego, case number 37-202-00941-CU-WM-CTL. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes.
On Government Code, Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Title Principal 2, Carl H. Kellogg School, on the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the employment of Elizabeth Carzoli as Principal 2 at Carl H. Kellogg Elementary School by the following vote. A's, Lucy Ugarte, Francisco Tamayo, Delia Dominguez Cervantes. On the Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Superior Court of the State of California, County of San Diego, case number 37-2024-003941-CU-WM-CTL. On the motion of Tamayo, second by Dominguez Cervantes, the Board took action to approve the settlement agreement concerning employee number 201092491 by the following vote. The A's, Francisco Tamayo and Delia Dominguez Cervantes. Recusal, Lucy Ugarte, due to conflict of interest. That's it.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members are present. Mr. Romero, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Special recognition, awards, and honors. Presentation of the district winners of the holiday greeting card competition. Dr. Reyes.
So this is a very exciting time. So there was a holiday greeting card competition that was conducted at our schools to encourage student artists to provide artwork for the district's official holiday greeting card. The judging of the entries by district staff took place through a gallery of student artwork at the district office. The first place winner artwork was used for the district's official holiday card, and the district's communication channels recognized the second and third place winners. So for our third place, from Parkview, we have Riley George Capua Perez. All right, second place winner from Olympic View, Avery Lee Carms. And the first place winner from Heading Camp, we have Ariana Elizabeth Tantra.
Board comments?
It takes a brave person to put their artwork out there. I just want to appreciate that you were brave enough to share with us because it's amazing work. Thank you very much.
Likewise, I'm always amazed every year with the quality of work that is coming out of our students, especially with art. It's really tough to decide which one is first place. I mean, all three of these are good. I mean, I love all of them, but congratulations for sharing with us your talent, right? Because I think that's something that it's important to be able to share your talent. But also, one of the things that we get to see as I'm a member of the California Coast Credit Union, every time I go to that bank, I see that card there. So no matter what branch in Chula Vista that you go to, you will see that artwork displayed, and that's a great advertisement, especially for a young kid to help them get inspired to continue doing this artwork and continue sharing their talent. So congratulations to the winners, and thank you for sharing your talents.
Can I add one more
Yes,
thing?
please.
They might be our future mural painters.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Every year, I marvel at the work of our students, and as I was looking at social media as the voting was taking place, and I could see all of the participants' artwork that was displayed, and it was an incredible job, and I would have been proud to have any of these cards represent us for the district. And congratulations to those of you that did win first, second, and third place, because I'm sure it was very tough for the judges. I watched them walk around the table via social media, and our names go on them, and CVESD, so we're very proud of the work that you did, and we're very proud to have this as our official Christmas card for the district. Thank you for your work, and congratulations. All right. Recognition of the Country Music Association Foundation's Music Teacher of Excellence recipient, Miss Carol.
Thank you, President Ugarte. So tonight, I am very excited to tell you a little bit first about the Music Teacher of Excellence. And we have one here from Chula Vista. The Music Teacher of Excellence is the Country Music Association Foundation's commitment to the music teacher who exemplify excellence in the field. Each year, 30 honorees are selected for their commitment to bringing high-quality music programming to their students and local community. Honorees receive a $5,000 award to be split evenly between their music classroom and personal use. On Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, Casillas music teacher Jonathan Seligman was awarded this honor at the historic Country Music Hall of Fame in downtown Nashville, Tennessee, for his outstanding work and dedication to the Chula Vista Elementary School District students. So we are so proud of Mr. Seligman and appreciate all the years of service that he has provided for the students and community, both at Casillas and for Chula Vista Elementary School District. So, on behalf of the board, then we'll be presenting him with a certificate. Mr. Seligman, you want to come on up?
Board comments?
Mr. Sullivan, you'll have to share, it was wild.
Yes.
If you've ever been down Main Street, Nashville, it's way more energy than it should be on Monday. I've never been to Nashville, but just the whole experience was humbling. Just the fact that, out of 10 teachers throughout the entire nation, they chose one of us. So I'm really honored to represent you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to awarding you next year, too.
Congratulations. I mean, the work that you've been doing, not just this year, but throughout the years, because you've been here several times in the board, receiving other types of recognition. So I want to thank you for everything that you do, and not just the recognition that you're winning, and that we get to plug our district in there, but also the work that you're doing on behalf of students, because that's really the winners of all their hard work is those students, right? The passion that you bring to the table, and sharing that passion with the students is at least showing them that there's other opportunities outside the academic world into music, right? So thank you for sharing that passion with our students, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Whenever I go over the agenda with Dr. Reyes, we go through each item, and I looked at this and I said, why is the Country Music Awards on our agenda? And he explained it to me, and then I saw your name and I said, okay, that makes sense, because I see you out here with all the students. I see you at different performances, and the way that our students respond to you, you're well deserving of this award. And the fact that you're making our district famous all the way to Nashville is like my colleague said, it's very important that in our profession as teachers that we get this kind of recognition, because what you're doing is truly making sure that our students have a love of music and that they'll carry that with them for the rest of their lives. And even when we forget, sometimes they're going to come back to you when they're older and grown and say that you made a difference. So thank you. This made sense, and congratulations. Okay. Recognition of Chula Vista Elementary School District staff, Dr. Reyes.
So I'm really honored to recognize someone who has contributed so much to education, so much to our district, and for so many years. And I'm talking about the one that we all love and respect, Rochelle Carroll. So Rochelle. So Rochelle has been at Chula Vista Elementary for 36 years. However, she actually been in education for 40 plus years. And if you can think about the impact that she's made to so many students, thousands of students throughout her life in education, the impact of so many staff members and parents. And the reality is that Rochelle is someone that truly believes in the power of education. You know, she has always, she always says, I'm a teacher at heart. But yes, she's a teacher at heart. She's a coach. She's a mentor. She's an instructional leader. And most importantly, she's a friend to so many of us. Rochelle, I know you're going to be retiring soon. You're going to be having a great time in your new chapter. But I can tell you that we're going to be missed. You're going to be missed, truly missed. You are leaving a huge void. And but on the other hand, you're leaving so many things behind that are in place that we will continue to honor your work and your legacy. So, congratulations.
Board comments?
I've only been here 2 years, but Miss Rochelle, the seeds that you've planted in so many individuals, from my grandson, my daughters, other teachers, your colleagues, it shows your passion for what you do and the kind heart that you have. There's just no hiding it. You're a beautiful person. You will be missed, not just for what you brought to the school district as far as curriculum, but for who you are. We will build on what you've planted, but you will be sorely missed.
I mean, where to start? 36 years in the district. The amount of lives of students that you have touched, the amount of lives of staff members that you have changed and improved. It's an amazing journey. I mean, we've been here for a little while, but you know, definitely I'm sad that you're leaving, because you have brought so much to this district, so much knowledge, so much care. Because if I can sum up everything, it's that you cared. And because of that, a lot of things happened, and a lot of good things continue to happen. And we will, like my colleague said, will continue to build upon what your legacy has been in this district, because nobody leaves a district after 36 years and not leave a legacy. I mean, your commitment to our students, to our population especially, it's a tremendous gift that you have given us. And it's a tremendous gift for me to have known you and shared some of your wisdom with me throughout the year. So thank you so much, and congratulations on your new job.
Wow. I want to be like you. When I first arrived on the board, I know a lot about secondary. I know a lot about curriculum in the secondary. I know what it means to teach in secondary. And I know that when teachers say that you guide them and you teach them and you influence them in a gentle way, that's true. Because when I came to this board and I was learning about curriculum in the elementary school district, you never made me feel like I was not enough or didn't know. You taught me what I needed to know, and you were gentle and you were kind, and I felt like I could do what I was doing, right? And so I know that whenever someone comes to me and says, Rochelle helped me, I know what that means, because you helped me a lot. You helped me understand the difference between what I knew and what I needed to know. But I think you do work a little too hard. 36 years is a very long time, plus 36 plus. I hear people tell me that you're helping them at all hours of the night, emailing them back and returning phone calls. And you even told me that if I needed help with something, to call you after you're gone. And I'm like, see, you're working too much. and hopefully, as you scaffold your way into retirement, it becomes more of a fun place, and you stop taking our calls. That's my hope for you. I think we know that you probably won't. So I appreciate everything. I appreciate that you've been so helpful and so supportive to all these people, to us included. And I'm going to miss you at all the events because I run to you so that I'm not standing there out there by myself. You made a huge difference. I think we saw that today. I think we see that now, and I think that you're going to continue to see that. So congratulations on your new step in this path. Great job. All right, onward. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
Thank you. Bear with me. My speech is a little longer tonight. As we enter the winter holidays, I believe it's a good time to reflect on what we collectively... Oh, I'm not turned on. Oh, thank you for that. Okay, I'll start again, but I am going to need a little extra time. As we enter the winter holidays, I believe it is a good time to reflect on what we've collectively changed for this current school year and assess on what we can improve. The nearest and dearest part for me has been the inclusion of dedicated professional development training and resources to better enable classified support across the board as we carry out the rewarding work of educating students. As I iterated more times than I care to remember, more capable and knowledgeable classified staff is a force multiplier because highly trained classified employees require less daily input and by extension would not require redirection and adjustment at the cost of student instructional minutes. Furthermore, it demonstrates that the district is invested in its employees and empowers all staff by raising capabilities and knowledge. While I am very happy that time to accomplish professional development has been implemented, I believe that the execution is fundamentally flawed, and as a result, will not lead to the improvements that it could and should. While time to train and locations to support the training is beneficial and necessary, it is insufficient to merely create an opportunity for effective training. Like with many things, there needs to be an overarching plan. To make sense of this, it is useful to think of training in 4 tiers, which I'll briefly walk through to help make sense of where I'm going. The first tier is knowledge, which is to say that it is the terminology and background concepts and the topic or field. What is important to realize is that Tier 1 is only valuable insofar as it provides a common baseline to recipients, but it provides almost no value towards developing the trainee. It's a stepping stone. yet it is unable to provide more than that. Unfortunately, to this point, most, if not all, of our training has been at this primary level. The next tier is for practical skills, and the purpose is to practice the implementation of the skills and knowledge from Tier 1. Such skills enable complex reaction-based implementation of the knowledge and the skills from Tier 1. In short, knowing what to do is not the same as how to do it. For example, I may know that a fire hose must be connected, pressurized, and routed to the scene of a fire. I may not know how to pick the right hose, might incorrectly attach it to the system, or pressurize it prematurely. Knowing about doing a thing does not necessarily mean that the trainee is able to actually accomplish that thing. Tier 3, implementation, is a progression of the previous tier on practical skills. The purpose of Tier 3 is to put the individual skills learned together in a complex environment, to demonstrate the ability to utilize the correct practical skills on the fly, as well as improving the performance of the skills. To do this effectively requires the most difficult of the tiers. The fourth, critically important tier is assessment. Simply doing any tier is insufficient and will provide precious little return on investment. To develop knowledge, skills, and ability really requires two essential things. First, what did we do well? This allows de-emphasis on some of the Tier 1 items for the next time through the train, do, assess, revise cycle. Ideally, to make room for, second, what can or should we do better? This input helps create effective changes to our plan for the next cycle to get better at doing what is needed most. By now, you probably noticed that this is an outlier. This outlier is circular. Ideally, even at the outset, you need some level of Tier 4 assessment to know where to start. I would argue that, even for the first time through, we have initial Tier 4 inputs. These inputs are internal, as in self-identified areas of weakness from the employees themselves, and external, colleagues, staff, and supervisor identified areas for improvement, as determined by direct feedback, evaluations, or identified problem areas within the confines of the professional development plan. I realize that this is a challenging proposal, yet I also realize its vital importance. The majority of our professional development to this point has been at the Tier 1 level without, I might add, an assessment-based input on what would be best for the training. The first step needs to be an assessment phase across the district. Each of the classifications must utilize internal and external assessment to determine what to focus our limited yet valuable professional development resources upon. From there, training should focus on identified knowledge, skills, and abilities, the KSAs. From there, those KSAs should be implemented and, over time, assessed to determine if improvements are needed, or if different KSAs should be addressed during the next cycle. This cycle of training, implementation, assessment, and improvement is development. Anything less is merely placing information in front of people and hoping they'll know what to do with it. Such an approach provides little value and often devolves into presentation of things that the recipient already knows. It does not improve performance and, by extension, would not contribute to better student learning. I am imploring you, the school board, to direct CVESD to sit at the table with CVCEO to discuss the MOU on training, mentoring, and professional growth signed in June of 2023 so we can create and implement a robust professional development program for all classified employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. It is a very exciting night of lots of celebration. It was wonderful to see the room of previous and current CVESD employees here to honor Rochelle Carroll on her retirement. She truly has been a pillar for this district, and her dedication and commitment leave behind a legacy of service, professionalism, and genuine care for the staff and students that have benefited from her expertise. It has been my privilege and honor to work with you. I have learned so much from you, and you will always continue to be my inspiration. I also want to congratulate Jonathan on his recognition from the CMA Foundation. And I've had the privilege to see him during a presentation with his students and have so much admiration for his ability to bring such quality instruction to the students and allow them access to the arts. Congratulations also to Patty Montoya in her retirement. I was lucky enough to work with Patty at Harborside, where she has been so much more than a secretary. She has been the heart of that school for many, many years. Leaving a school or district that has played such an important part of our lives is not only difficult for the person leaving, but also for those left behind to continue the work, especially when the change is mid-year. This is the case at Kellogg, where Principal Luis Aparicio has been such a positive addition to the school community. I'm confident that the new principal approved tonight will also provide Kellogg with the needed stability and support that they deserve. Anyone who knows me knows the special place that Harborside holds in my heart. I could not be happier to know that Mr. Aparicio will now lead the work there. I know that he is a strong supporter of community schools. He understands the needs of that community and has the tools to strengthen the work that's currently happening there. On behalf of CVE, I extend our full support in this transition. There are a few items on the agenda tonight that I also want to highlight. One is the conversion of 27 temporary teachers into probationary status. It has been a challenge to have so many teachers dedicated to this district while continuing year after year to be brought back in a temporary status. We want to recognize the district for hearing our advocacy on behalf of those who have served this district for so many years and having this be a factor to be considered for this conversion. CVE and CVESD bargaining teams have been meeting, and I am pleased to let you know that it is going very well. Tonight, we are very excited to have on the agenda for your approval our health benefits article. We have worked hard to ensure that our members who cover their family members and their insurance will be given some relief in their out-of-pocket costs. We thank the district for recognizing this need and being open to our proposal. We are very close to finalizing the rest of our open articles and are confident that we will be done soon. One of the articles that we have been focused on is safety. You have been hearing month after month, both from staff and parents, that this has been a huge area of concern. We know that this is a priority that needs to be addressed. Another big challenge has been around staffing in special education. We are excited at the opportunity to bring in new staff to our district through the signing bonus that you are voting on tonight. We feel that this will help alleviate some of the challenges being faced by unfilled positions. Also, it is a great opportunity for our current teachers who hold a special ed credential that are currently in general ed positions to take advantage of this bonus. And as we close out the first half of this year, we are proud of the work that we have done so far, but know that there's still so much more to do. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with district leadership and serving our students. In the meantime, we all need and deserve a happy and restful holiday season. I wish you and all the Chula Vista community a good break and a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association, Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening to all. Tonight I want to begin with addressing the CVESD AACV agreement. Although this agreement was just finalized in July 2024, it should serve as an important foundation for how we collaborate. As president of AACV, I have stated on several occasions that we seek to work in professional partnership with the district. One way to work as professional partners is to work within our agreement in all areas addressed in the agreement. As a principal, I often reference the CVE and CVCEO agreements in my day-to-day work. Whether I'm looking something up, reviewing terms, or checking with colleagues in district departments on interpretation of the contracts, I do my best to ensure my actions are aligned with these agreements. It's about respecting what has been negotiated and honoring the members of those organizations. In the same way, it's critical that the district approaches the AACV agreement with the same commitment, ensuring that it is consistently referenced and followed when working with AACV members. I would like to point out a positive example of this professional partnership that has been taken recently, and that's the establishment of the consultation committee, which I addressed last month. This effort is a clear example of how we've put the agreement into action. AACV has appointed representatives. We've already had our first meeting with the district team, and we have future meetings scheduled. This progress is encouraging, and I'm optimistic about what we'll accomplish through the consultation committee process. But it's important that we have this following of the agreement in all areas. I would like to note that the AACV agreement is publicly available on the district's website, and all our district representatives who work with our members should use it as a resource to help guide their interactions and decisions. This will ensure that our work is grounded in respect and in professionalism. I'd also like to take a moment to emphasize once again the importance of clarity, which I have addressed to the board. Our members need clarity in all structures, programs, and procedures communicated by the district and its departments. AACV in this past month reported areas in need of clarity, and I do want to state that we saw actions taken right away to begin to provide better clarity in those areas we noted. These actions need to continue as we end Q2 and move into Q3 and 4 so that our members can effectively do the important work that they do in their school communities. I would also like to point out that clarity is vital because most initiatives and changes flow directly through principals to teachers and staff. When principals lack clear guidance, structures, and procedures, it becomes much harder to support our school teams effectively. Providing clarity at the district level ensures that we can deliver that clarity at the school level, which of course benefits everyone. Finally, I want to address the district's transition toward a centralized operational model. Historically, CVESD has operated with a more decentralized approach, a structure that contributed to our reputation as an outlier and as a high-performing district by many metrics. While centralization possibly has some benefits, it is a significant shift that requires careful planning and alignment of systems and should be done with input from all stakeholders, such as AACV. This shift also ties into the Rigorous Learning for All initiative, and for this plan to succeed, it's essential that AACV and other key stakeholders are included in the planning and decision-making process from the beginning. So this work on the 3 to 5 year plan is beginning, I know, and I just want to make sure that all our stakeholders, including AACV, are included so that we can identify potential challenges, share our expertise that we have from the school principal perspective, and ensure that the plan delivers meaningful support for our schools and students. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Before we go to the oral communications portion of the meeting, Mr. Romero, after our recognition, I neglected to ask you to introduce our newest principal.
Thank you. President Ugarte, Vice President Tamayo, governing board members and superintendent. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce our newest administrator to the Chula Vista Elementary School District, Elizabeth Carzoli. Elizabeth? So Elizabeth has over 20 years experience, the last 7 to 8 years as an administrator. She has AP experience, principal experience, and higher level experience. And it's our pleasure to introduce Liz to our community and our new principal at Kellogg. Liz.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I'm honored to join what a wonderful team at Chula Vista Elementary School District. And yes, I bring a strong background in educational leadership. However, I do have a wonderful background in being in the community. My children also went to Chula Vista Elementary School, and I believe in the school system here, and they are wonderful serving their community. My son is an EMT. My daughter is a school teacher. So giving back to that community, I just love that I get to be part of that and hopefully make a difference at Kellogg and continue what Mr. Aparicio has done throughout the school year and through many years, hopefully. I want to also just mention that thank you to the board, thank you to the administrative team for believing in me, and I will promise and commit to doing the best by our students at Chula Vista Elementary School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And I believe that's Dr. Carzoli, correct? Thank you. All right, oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. And I do want to reiterate with some of our topics tonight that these are non-agenda items. So if you begin to speak on an agendized item, I will ask you to stop and wait for that item to be presented. For example, anything having to do with the open vacancy or the process that we will discuss with the 2 board seats, we have moved those speakers to item 13B. Some of you put item agenda number 9, and we moved you to 13B. Anyone who did not put a topic for their agendized for the item, if you begin to speak on that topic, I will ask that you stop and that you wait until we get to item 13B. Thank you. With that, our first speaker is Mrs. Maribel Martinez.
Good evening. I like to respectfully ask for extended time after the buzzer goes off.
How much time are you asking?
A minute.
Go ahead.
Friday, December 6th, 2024, 9:07, 9 o'clock with 7 minutes. An email was sent to the Chula Vista board members and superintendent. I received 1 reply and email acknowledgement of receipt only. No follow-up. Monday, December 9th, 2024, 11:02 p.m. Email resent. No answer. Monday, December 9th, 2024 at 11:20 a.m. New email sent. No answer. Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 at 9:59 a.m. New email sent. No answer. I have sent a total of 4 emails since December 6th, 2024. I have gotten no acknowledgement, no follow-up, no phone calls, no nothing, 0, nada. From our board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent, student services, assistant superintendent of human services, make me understand why is it that a parent of the Chula Vista Elementary School District has a concern and is being ignored by our elected officials. Is this the same behavior you have supported with Principal Porras? You have in support of Principal Porras? I have been a proud parent of Rogers Elementary for 6 years. My child's teachers have been nothing but incredible. Throughout the years, I have developed a strong parent community, a community which we have been proud of, a district we have supported. We confide and lean on each other, and it is unfortunate that our recent conversations are of the allegedly one of you board members have colluded with parents to go against Principal Porras. I am requesting an investigation on this matter. I've experienced several changes in administration in my time, from the departure of our previous principal to a temporary principal, who, by the way, did nothing to ensure the safety of and the well-being of my child when his life was threatened, verbally, Not once, but twice. The administration did nothing to ensure the well-being of my child. No administrator checked up on him. No one reassured him of his safety at school. The demographics at Rogers Elementary are unique in that there is a high population of special education students. Principal Porras has been at Rogers for 1 year, and she has demonstrated leadership, positive changes in our community to ensure the safety and well-being of our students. Not to mention the immediate leadership and action taken when an email was sent out October 2024 to all families regarding school safety when a certain word of a prohibited item was mentioned in a classroom. I can guarantee you no one in the previous administration cared to send any notification out to the parents when my son's life was threatened using a certain word with a prohibited item. The letter sent out by Principal Porras at Rogers Elementary announcing her departure on December 6, 2024 is a disservice and an insult to our community and sounds nothing like her. She's never carried herself as a quitter, leaving her community halfway through the year with all the plans she shared with us at coffee with the principal. Is she being forced out? Who's being catered? Definitely not families or children of Rogers Elementary. Have you seen all the positive changes made in our campus? When was the last time you visited? Have you read our school blogs? Have you seen all that Ms. Porras has accomplished in just 1 year? Not to mention the recognition of the city mayor when she put together the very first district autism walk, welcoming the entire community. Now imagine what she can do if she completed the school year, and the next, and the next. Dr. Reyes, you asked us parents in a letter that went out on the evening of December 6th what our thoughts were on the qualities and attributes important for a principal. Look no further. Principal Porras has met all those qualities. We have finally found stability, support, a bilingual principal, a voice that our community has been lacking at Rogers. An interim principal does not know the needs of our school. I can attest to that. Another change and instability will not sit good with our students, including my child, who depends on routines and consistency. Give us resources and support Principal Porras. A new principal is not the answer. Please accept this petition of 68 signatures I collected Friday and Monday in full support to keeping Principal Porras at Rogers Elementary School. We express our appreciation for the outstanding leadership, dedication in children's education. The campus has seen an enormous significant improvement in both academics, extracurricular activities, and school safety enhancement. We ask the Chula Vista Elementary School District to keep Principal Porras, as she has demonstrated to be a great fit to Rogers Elementary.
Thank you.
I will present to you copies of those signatures. I would email them, but I might not get a response.
Please give them to the clerk over here. Thank you. Jen Faulkner.
Hi, my name is Jen Faulkner, longtime Chula Vista resident and proud parent of a student at Chula Vista Hills Elementary School. We met here last month as we spoke football metaphors about the dire water situation at our school. This month, in light of the proposed Secretary of Education being Linda McMahon of the McMahon Wrestling Dynasty, today I bring you two stories from the top rope. Picture this. In the far left corner of the ring, we have the champion, the Chula Vista Hills Elementary School Title I community, who battled for 18 months to raise more than $11,000 to pay for a water bottle refill station, a quote they received from this exact elementary school board. But oh no! Coming down the aisle is that very same Chula Vista school board, looking to send an elbow drop with a revised quote at nearly double the cost and less functionality. Ding, ding. Chula Vista School District wins that round with 1, 2, 3. The main event, though, is a brawl between an 80-pound Chula Vista Hills student and a failing, battered water fountain. The student narrowly avoided serious injury, and the community waited to see if the district would rise to the opportunity and boot the old fountain permanently by replacing it with the water bottle refill station. A few months later, though, however, a new identical water fountain was put in its place. In the end, it was another quick pin for the Chula Vista Elementary School District, leaving the students of Chula Vista Hills down for the count. Before I leave you, I'd like to stress how important this request truly is. The current Chula Vista Hills water system is outdated, unfair, and frankly unsafe for our students. Take away the football metaphors and the wrestling analogies, and what you're left with in these messages is that we're concerned and hope the school board hears that and takes action. All we're ultimately asking for is what every child deserves: clean water, and more specifically, a water bottle refill station. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Cravens.
Good evening to the board members, Dr. Reyes, administrative team, and everyone else. I'm a proud parent of 2 CVSD students at Fahari Jeffers. I've been attending and or listening to the past board meetings since last school year and have heard several issues from different schools. As an engaged parent, I'm thankful to have a platform to speak up and address concerns. But what I mostly appreciate is that the board does their due diligence in the betterment of the district. I believe we all want the same. We want all of our students to have the best education. I have no doubt that the best years are ahead of us and that the district will continue to make improvements and be one of the best sought-out districts to be in. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Ashley Barba.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, trustees, and admin. My name is Ashley Barba, and I'm a mother of 4, and I currently have a first grader at Kellogg Elementary. I'm here to express my disappointment and frustration with the decision to strip Kellogg of our principal, Mr. Aparicio, whose last day is this Friday. We were just informed of this change last Friday, so forgive me if I'm wrong about the details, but from my understanding, Mr. A is being sent over to Harborside because they are in dire need of support and strong leadership that Mr. A has proven he can provide. I can certainly empathize with that. Our Kellogg 6th graders have had 4 principals since kindergarten. At least half of our families are Spanish speaking, and our 2 previous principals before Mr. A didn't speak Spanish, which hindered the trust and connection between admin and our families. Our new principal will be the 5th principal our 6th graders have had at Kellogg. It's been a revolving door every couple of years. As you can imagine, the lack of consistency has taken a toll on the staff, students, and their families. When Mr. A came along, it was like the scene in Wizard of Oz when everything is suddenly in color and there's hope. I've served on Kellogg's PTA board, every year since 2018, including last year when I didn't even have a student attending. Mr. A's support and leadership has been a much needed breath of fresh air, and now that support and consistency is being taken. Why? Why does Kellogg have to pay the price for the inept leadership, allegedly, of another school? We finally have some stability and the rug is being pulled from under us yet again. It takes time for admin to build relationships with the students and families and staff. It takes time for trust to be established. How can students learn to trust and look up to authority if y'all keep changing it? We are starting over every time admin changes, the expectations, the goals for the school. It's not right to do this in the middle of the school year. By the way, this is the 2nd year in a row my 6-year-old son is impacted by mid-year unforeseen principal reassignments. This happened to us last year at Cook. I implore you to revisit the decision to uproot principals mid-year, specifically when the school community is happy with them, as Kellogg is with Mr. A. Trustee Tamayo, I see that you're wearing a CVE shirt. I know Kellogg's union members expressed frustration with this decision. It appears as though their pleas fell on deaf ears. I want to make it clear that none of this is directed at our new principal, Dr. C. None of these frustrations should be absorbed by you. On behalf of our PTA board, we welcome you with open arms, an open mind, and an open heart, and we look forward to working with you. Trustees, please make it a point to discuss and amend the practice of these mid-year reassignments, specifically when the schools are happy with their admin team. If it ain't broke, don't break it. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Perez Chica.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. My name is Claudia Perez-Chica. This is my 24th year in the district, and I am currently the Behavior Specialist IA at Rogers Elementary. I want to thank the district first for allowing for staff input at our listening tour, and I am hopeful for your ongoing support at our school. We are a unique community with diverse needs, including 10 special day classes, 4 preschool SDCs, and several students in Gen Ed with one-to-one services, all of which translates to over 60 classified members working hard with the most vulnerable population served by the district. Members of our classified team have begged for support from the current principal, and they have been ignored. Aides are feeling disrespected and undervalued, and this is why Rogers has been losing talented and dedicated individuals to other schools in our district. Rogers has only one noon duty assigned to 70 students at our primary recess, and there are no yard duties to supervise our students with extensive support needs at their recess. This leaves aides to fulfill those roles and responsibilities without adequate resources such as walkie-talkies or even first aid kits. Our classified representatives for our school site council were appointed by the principal rather than being voted on, removing our voice to choose our own representatives. We even had an SDC classroom where the teacher was absent and the aides were only given a walkie-talkie by the principal. They had to send an email at 1:15 in the afternoon after being ignored all day to request assistance with their own breaks and their own lunches. Please be open and transparent with the incoming principal about the challenges of having the largest classified staff in the district. Ask them to respect our contract, our roles, and our responsibilities. We need a unifier in chief at Rogers with open communication skills and strong, proven leadership. We, the classified, look forward to working together with a new principal who wants to focus on relevant trainings, staffing for safety, and uniting the two sides of our campus. Please support the new principal as they transition into a school atmosphere that has had unsteady leadership for over a year now. Please keep our fledgling assistant principal who has worked hard under an incredibly challenging atmosphere. My hope is that you now understand that Rogers deserves better. I appreciate your time. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Christy M.
Good evening. I'm a parent at Rogers Elementary, and I have been diligently advocating for more resources and support on our campus. Since June, our requests for parental engagement, such as PTA and various committees, went unanswered by administration. Since the district's involvement, we have since been able to form an SSC in September and a PTA in October. I currently serve as our PTA president as well as chair our school site council. It was through these committees that I was able to directly engage with the staff and parents and learn more about the challenges of our school. I would like to start by thanking the district, specifically Assistant Superintendent Sharon Casey and Jessica Morales, for taking the time to meet with me and addressing my concerns. I'm grateful that you have provided us with a full-time counselor, as the part-time arrangement was not adequate enough to fulfill the needs of our students at Rogers. I also appreciate the district and trustees who took the time to come to our school and observe my daughter's classroom and understand the dynamics and recognize just how desperately we needed the district support and intervention. I appreciate your efforts in breaking up the classroom and bringing PBIS, MTSS to assist. Andy Falcon has made tremendous efforts within our classroom, and I look forward to learning more about how Rogers can achieve a Platinum Recognition Award one day. On another note, I hope the district will consider bringing back impact teachers. Although we no longer are in a pandemic, the ramifications are still present and children need that additional support. I also believe impact teachers can help assist children who fall behind in school as a result of being bullied. I understand that the district offers the support to the bully. However, we cannot forget about the children who fall behind as a result of being bullied. In closing, I'm just a normal parent, an incredibly introverted one at that, but I'm here tonight to show parents that there is absolutely power in advocacy. I've been where you are, I'm still where many of you are, but we must let the faith drive you. We must persist for the betterment of our children and our community and never give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Vasquez.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Dr. Reyes, superintendent. Recognize a few people, Mr. Romero and Ms. Sharon Casey from a few years ago. I am actually a great parent of 2 children who attend your school district. I also have a lot of friends and contacts who also are parents or grandparents of children that attend your school district. I've recently have been expressed concern by some of the parents that the school board members are doing too much in regards to communicating and trying to help parents. And what I share with some of these concerned parents is that it was a few years ago, I believe you were here, Dr. Reyes, where there was a representative, the main attorney from a law firm, Fagan, Friedman, and Fulbrost, and he gave a presentation, and I was honored to be able to view that. And it was discussed, what is a board's job? And part of the information that everybody was provided is one of those responsibilities is community leadership and advocacy, plan for / monitor student performance, promote and support, and ensure a safe and appropriate environment. And also, there was some tips provided for effective communication with members of the public. And one of those tips was be patient with members of the public. They often do not understand the procedure or the substance of what is being discussed. So the point I was trying to make is that I personally appreciate all the board members who are here who take time out of their busy lives and probably while they're off from their responsibilities of being board members to actually communicate, with those of us who have questions or may have some concerns. And I think for any of the parents or anyone else who has questions about, what the board members do and what can they not do, perhaps, and I'm not sure if the school district here still has a contract with the law firm, which anyone who has access to, to the internet can simply enter www.f3law.com. And I do not work for them, so I'm not advertising. And I think it would be to a lot of the parents and members of the community's interest if that's something that, maybe in the future could be addressed during a board meeting so that parents are able to understand that members of the board are supposed to be helping us and talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Garcia.
I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out. I am here to back up what Ms. Christy Canedo had presented, as well as Ms. Perez Chica. Ms. Perez, the principal of Greg Rogers School, is a very nice lady. There's no doubt about it. She's a very nice person. But is she the right fit for this school? I don't think so. I think this school requires someone just as special, educated, background, and the knowledge that is required at this particular school. I see you have a new president that you have just promoted. From what I can see, she has everything that checks the box. Ms. Porras, she's smart, she's educated, but I think her experience and her background would be better fit for junior high or high school level, not at the level that we have at Greg Rogers. I heard someone say that she's made all these changes, and that's incorrect. You have 3 PTA members. You have no safety patrol. You don't have any children doing anything like they used to. You don't have enough people on the playgrounds. The amount of children that are eloping from the school classes is still high. The bullying is still going on. Money that is funded for this school could be better fitted for more specialists, more teachers, more people like Ms. Perez Chica that have a vested interest. It needs a principal who is going to listen to the teachers, back up the teachers, and hear what solutions and ideas they may have, because the only people that really know these students are your teachers and the staff, the ladies who run the office, the nurse, everybody else below the principal, between the teachers, are all vested in this school, and they do a darn good job at it. It should raise a red flag to you that we, the parents, had to come to you with a problem with bullying 2 months ago. That should have raised your red flag. If you check your principal's emails, you will see that many, many parents from kindergarten and up have reached out to Ms. Porras. And what has been done? I think you'd be quite shocked what are in those emails. And you'll ask yourself, what has been done? Just something to think about. I hope you consider someone else that is better qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco Martinez. Francisco Martinez. Okay, all other speakers put specifically on their card that they were wishing to speak about the board vacancies. They've been moved to 13B. I would like to take a moment right now to, before we go into the oral presentation, to acknowledge that our attorneys are here with regard to having 3 board members versus 5. So Dr. Reyes.
Hi, so I'd like to present our attorneys from DWK that would like to, there were some questions since we right now currently have a 3-member board. I would like to have the attorneys just go over, for clarification purposes, what constitutes a quorum, and for a vote to pass, is it 3 votes, 2 votes? How does that work?
Sure. Good evening, board members, Dr. Reyes, others assembled this evening. The way the law works is a quorum is a majority of the membership of the board. So you have a 5-member board. So a quorum, in order to call a meeting to order, in order to take action, would require 3 board members to be present. The same rule applies as far as taking a vote or taking action. There too, it would require, actually, as currently configured, it would require a unanimous vote by all 3 board members in order to pass or adopt or approve anything. So that's the situation that arises when you have 2 vacancies on a 5-member board. There's a very rare exception based on a rule of necessity, but that is really an extraordinary case. It would probably be based on some kind of conflict of interest, and where the board is required to take immediate action. But I don't want to give the indication that somehow that rule of necessity would apply more often than it actually does. It really is a very rare situation.
Could you give an example? What would happen if during the course of the meeting, let's say one of the trustees had to leave?
Yeah.
What would happen?
If one of the members had to leave and there was still, let's say, an action item on the agenda, then a quorum would no longer exist and the board could not take action on that particular item. Really, the only thing the board could do without the 3 of you present would be to adjourn the meeting. So if one member left, there are 2 remaining, they could stick around essentially to adjourn the meeting, but you really would not be able to take action on any items. So not the best thing to look forward to.
Okay. All right. Trustees, any questions?
I think some questions might arise later when we get to item 13B.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to call them again regarding explanation, specifically regarding 13B.
All right.
Okay, this was just for the voting.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
All right, oral presentation and written reports. The district safety health update. Mr. Romero.
Good evening, governing board members, Superintendent Reyes, and our community. It's my pleasure to present our monthly safety update. So we had our regular Chula Vista Elementary School District Safety Committee meeting. It was a big agenda that we had working towards. So the district has been working with the traffic division in Chula Vista to make sure that we have well-appointed crosswalks at some of our school sites. So we have 5 schools where projects are going to be worked on and getting completed. So at Valle Lindo, Casillas, Rogers, Halecrest, and Sotomayor, we're going to be installing different types of crosswalks and putting up signage across those areas that will help with collecting traffic data, looking at areas that need to be rezoned and redesigned, and 4-way crosswalks that will be next to school sites. So we're excited about those projects with our Chula Vista City. Our camera project, all sites have been assessed and camera placement locations have been recommended to our vendor. So we're really close to getting our next steps, and we are prioritizing having every single school site in Chula Vista with cameras by the end of the 24-25 school year. So important work that will happen. We're hoping to deliver and have it done sooner, but we want to make sure that we're respectful of getting all the ideas from our stakeholders at our school sites, such as our principals, for camera location. So we're shooting for the end of the school year. EJIX, EJIX is our platform that we've been using to prioritize safety and notification of safety in real time. One of the things that we're working with right now is substitutes now have access to the EJIX platform through platform check-in at school sites. Our next step in this is providing tablets to our school sites that they can assign to substitutes for that day. So if a substitute doesn't have the app on their phone, we can now assign a tablet to them, and they'll be able to have the same safety updates in real time as our regular staff members. So we're working on that, and we're still training at multiple school sites throughout the week, and I'll share some data information with you in an upcoming slide. So these are some site trainings that have taken place. So at Otay, we had an incident management training, Montgomery, a lockdown drill, Sotomayor, another incident management training. We had Silver Wing lockdown training. We had a radio drill on the 20th, lockdown drill at Lauterbrock and Roar, and incident management training, and Loma Verde, a dual training of incident management and EJIX training last week. So we did have our third Heritage Elementary Town Hall. It was a great meeting. We had our safety team in attendance and a couple dozen parents that were there. It was a good turnout. We were super excited to answer questions. Some of the things that we talked about was access control. And what we've talked about in the past is safe schools come with some limited access. And what I mean by that is there's some liberties that we've had at our school sites that if we want to keep the safest schools, there may be some things that we need to do. So we've really talked about and worked with our principals. Thank you to AACV and the rest of our labor groups. We have what we're calling a bell-to-bell schedule, which means before school starts, after school sites, the gates are open, but when the bell rings, we're locking our gates and making sure that anyone that comes onto our campus is checked in. Some of our school sites have had a more flexible start of the school day. Or end of the school day. So some of those things are a little bit change in the school culture, but ultimately is going to be well received when it's standardized and creates the safest environment. So access control is one of the things that we're talking about. Our quarterly trainings, we want to provide cheat sheets for our schools that can be placed in all classrooms near phones of our emergency processes. Lanyard tags can be used with scripts, so like on the back of their badge, little sticker that can go in that can provide some of those safety quick bullet points that we need to have. EJIX, as we've talked about, and our camera projects. All of those were things that we highlighted at Heritage Town Hall. So this is an actual snapshot of an incident that occurred at one of our school sites. We thought this was really important to share with you guys because when one person was set off an alert, multiple people from the district were aware. So thankfully, this was a misuse, an accidental use of this, but an employee triggered a notification at 7:45. Jenny Vignac responded really quickly. Our safety protocol team, our safety team started responding. So we had a lot of responses to John, making sure that he was okay. Ahmed was on this, Jenny Vignac, even our custodial supervisors. And then within 2 minutes, so this was at 7:45, by 7:47, we recognized that this was an accidental push. We thanked them, and we were done. Miguel, within 2 minutes of everything, we recognized that this was a false alarm. No one needed to be called, and we were safe. Although this was a false alarm, we wanted to show the board and show our community that 6 people were on this text, immediately when we get notification, which would have been different in the past. In the past, a teacher would have to call the office or call the principal. Principal would then have to radio to the district, and we would be able to, we saved multiple minutes in the process, but that just happened last week, and we thought it'd be exciting to share with you guys the process of how things happen. All right, any questions?
There are no speakers. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yes. School site crosswalks. I know some schools have entrances on the back side. So does that require the Chula Vista PD to approve a crosswalk? I know of some schools that do not have a crosswalk, but they're out there, kids are crossing the street and they're running across. And I know of a particular school where it's like on a curve, so even more dangerous. So what does that entail?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero, you want to explain the process and how we work with the city of Chula Vista?
Yeah, thank you. And the city of Chula Vista actually has a traffic department, a division within the city that manages this. So where we have concerns, and I think we may have the same concern at one of the school sites, I think I might know the school that you're talking about. There's a couple things that they look at. So the natural flow of the traffic, how to prioritize that to make sure that there's enough space in that natural flow to not disrupt the flow of traffic, yet create the safest environments. So, and not all of our school sites, but what we've done is our Sobel report that we shared with you recommended those priorities at some of our school sites. And so we've been reaching out to the city. These are the first 5, but there's at least 5 to 10 different more recommendations that we're going through in that process. So if there are other reports that are needed to be looked at and other incidents that need to be shared, we can share that with the traffic division and meet with them. Ahmed has been meeting with them monthly on this project. And so these are the first 5, but like I said, there's at least 5 more.
Why do we start with first 5? Let's start with first 10.
So it's 20. All great question. And so we did. So we've shared all of them with them. Mm-hmm. So these are the first 5 that they're working on. So that I may have misspoken. I apologize for that. There was not one that we held back. This is just the first 5 that they're working on right now.
Okay. Do we have a timeline?
It's on the city's timeline because we can't enforce or change any traffic patterns. So, for example, one of the areas that I think we might be sharing about, there's what they were talking about is there's cars that park on both sides. One of them is an illegal park, right? They're not. It's a no parking area, but parents park there and kids run across the street, right? So what they're doing right now is traffic studies to look at that and determine, do they put a red traffic area, a red mark on the curb, and so that way would eliminate that, or do they actually go through and do a traffic study?
Do you believe that it requires superintendent to meet with Maria Cacciadori, because child safety, I know that's your priority as well. I mean, I'm about cutting out the middleman. That's just how I am. just go straight to the source. She's the city manager. Have a chat with her.
So, yeah, I do have routine meetings with her. I can work with Mr. Romero to see which was are yet to be worked on, and I can mention it to her.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have other questions. Could we get some feedback as to what they said? 'Cause I think I don't want to wait till next board meeting to get a response. Yeah?
I'll do a board update.
Thank you. Vendor access. So it kind of goes hand in hand with the incident we last had a couple months ago at Heritage. But as far as vendor access, sometimes they have access to our schools during the school day and sometimes after the school hours. But sometimes children are still there. There's after school programs. Children have, little soccer games, things they're doing. I'd like to know what the protocol is and what assurances we have that established protocol is being adhered to.
Mr. Romero, can you talk about not just the vendors, but also if there's any work to be done inside the school, what the process for people to check in, etc.?
Yeah. So all of our vendors are required to provide us a full report that their employees have met all the safety requirements as far as safety, but also pass background checks. So all of them have fingerprints, and if they don't, those vendors aren't able to access our school sites. So we do have clarification that all of the people who are accessing have passed our security standards for being able to access
And
our
just
school sites.
for clarification purposes, they provide us with a list of folks that would be going to the school.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the CEO.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the ones who will be accessing the school.
The
Thank
ones
you.
that will be accessing the school.
Yeah, so, and we do, so there's a few things. So we do work with our facilities department, and we don't give blind access to our school sites. So if there's a project that's happening, let's say Saturday or after school, there is a district employee that's also present with those people. So we're having a district employee part of our school site. So for example, one of the projects that we have, when we do HVAC and we're using an outside vendor, one of our employees, one of our custodial staff, operations staff, is present with them. So we make sure that there's some oversight of what they're accessing at our school sites.
Besides the escorts, are they being cleared through Raptor? Because I can only imagine that, hey, someone's calling in sick. They don't want to go in on a Saturday to fumigate. They don't want to go in on a Friday night to clean carpets, whatever the situation might be. And since the offices are closed, what is the process then? Are they could be sending a substitute if the persons who were cleared aren't available to do that particular project?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the things that we prioritize is Jenny Vignac in our risk management department is very clear with the expectations of what we require from our vendors. So the vendors, and I hear your concern, they do sign into Raptor, and they need to provide us a list of all employees that could be accessing the school sites. So not just the people that they're sending, but if they do have a substitute pool, they need to include that substitute pool in that list of possible employees. So for example, someone that's doing HVAC, they may be 3 people that they're using, but they submit a list of 10. And so it could be any of those 10, and they pass that background check, that safety check, to make sure that they're qualified. So some of those may be substitutes in case the original 3 aren't included or not available for that Saturday.
And are you telling me then that our custodian then shadows this vendor around the whole time and doesn't do his job because he's shadowing the vendor?
So I wouldn't say it's like a shoulder-to-shoulder shadow. But I think what they do is they're doing their work on campus and then creating contact opportunities. So they're available, they have radios. And so oftentimes with a classroom, so we don't give them a key to their classrooms, right? But if they need to, they're on top of the roof and they're fixing the HVAC system and they need access to the classroom to come in, they'll radio the custodian to let them know. But no, it's not an elbow-to-elbow shadow or shoulder-to-shoulder. It's more supervisory and observing what they're doing at the school sites.
So it's not a true statement to say that they're being escorted. They're just available if needed.
Yeah, I mean, so I understand what you're saying. We don't.
Well, I just need to make sure that our language says what we do. That's all.
Yeah, and I think, I understand what your question. But an escort, I probably wouldn't use the word escort. I believe that we're supervising the staff that's on.
And most especially when the children are around, but they're just strange, odd, awful things that can happen if we're not being mindful.
So that's different. Great. When we're talking about having access to our school sites during the school day, we have people that are escorting our employees.
In regards to Ajax, thank you, Mr. Romero.
Thank you.
In regards to Ajax, substitutes, are they getting the training? How would they respond? I know we had an incident where a substitute was there and she was confronted with a situation. Was she trained?
Mr. Romero.
Right. So our substitutes, as we shared, are going to be going through this same process. They did not have access early on, partly because the way that the app is set up is it recognizes your email address to your assigned site. And so since it was based on email accessibility, we've had to create basically these mock emails. So like, let's just say, for example, a Heritage Substitute 1, Heritage Substitute 2, and we're trying to create 10 right now at each of our school sites, and then we're going to provide tablets to each of those school sites. So when Lucy checks in, when Francisco checks in, when Delia checks in, we assign them a tablet, and then we have access to that. At that point, we'll provide them training. We have not provided them training right now. This is our pilot year for the program, so that we're learning a lot from that, and we're going to make recommendations and things as we go along. But currently, right now, as of today, we've set up the system so substitutes can have access, but we haven't had the tablets purchased yet, so we're going to go through that process right now.
But we do have substitutes that we use frequently, right? Just to provide them the training at minimum would give us a head start. If you look at their record and they're just historically substituting a few times a month, even a few times a week, we should train them already because they already show a history of being supportive of our schools.
So, Mr. Romero, what we can do is the ones that we use every day, the 10 that we use every day, we should start training them.
Yeah, so that we're working on that right now. The problem with that is the app is assigned to the school site. So if I have a long-term sub, we're providing them that access. But our substitutes that are used regularly, they can't put it on their phone site, on their phone, for example, because if they're at Hailcrest one day, Harborside the next day, it doesn't follow them.
Right, but the training on how to use it is universal, so you can train them.
Yes.
Regardless of the app, right? Because when they get to the school, they can get the substitute app or the tablet or whatever the ones they want to do.
Yeah, we haven't had those. We don't have those apps yet, but as soon as we do, we'll provide them training. We don't have those tablets yet, yes, but as soon as we do, we'll provide them training. Thank you. Yes.
I don't have any questions. Do you? All right.
What else falls under this category for district safety and health update? The reason I'm asking because in relation to our needs that we have in special education, last month during public comments, a parent from Wolf Canyon asked about adding additional parents to the special education parent committee. And after the last DAC-DLAC meeting, I shared with some of the parents that we had an in-house SPED parent committee where parents could come together to share their concerns, to hear about what SPED leadership had to offer, and that I would get back to them about the meeting dates. But I don't have those meeting dates, and I'm afraid that one of the parents that left earlier, she was one of the parents that I had told her that this committee was, that we had this committee, and there might be some misunderstandings about what it entails and.
Yeah, so what I can do is I can have Sharon Casey provide that information to.
Do you think maybe
to
she
us and
could
the
share a
parents.
little bit for the community since we have?
Yes, so I'm not talking about the CAG, I'm talking about the in-house committee.
Yes, so we formed a special education parent committee where we took applications for parents across the district on different sites and communities. We chose 10 parents to represent that committee, but the committee meetings are open to the public, so any parent can attend. I'll have our director of special education send out those dates. We can put them on the website as well.
Thank you.
All right. Consent calendar. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items that need to be pulled from, by the board?
Yes. 11C,
Uh-huh.
subsections 11CF and 11CM.
Uh-huh.
Also 11D, 11H, 11I, 11P, and 11Q.
Vice President Tamayo, do you have any items?
Yes. 11T.
T as in Tom?
Mm-hmm. Or Tamayo.
Or Tamayo, yes, thank you. I was gonna pull I, so we're good. Do I have a motion to approve the consent minus 11C, subsection F and M, 11D, H, I, P, Q, and T?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 11C, subsection F, Clerk Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes. On page 3 of 13, I just like, if we could elaborate on the Senior Director of Student Services position, which are pages 12 and 13 and of 13. I just wanted, and also if we could clarify, under essential job requirements, the third dot point, I'd like to know what does, and then quote, or related teaching experience desired mean. Those two items.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Casey, can you share about the position for senior director of student services, what it entails, what kind of work they're going to be doing, and then Trustee Dominguez Cervantes also has the question about or related teaching experience. So maybe that question is more for Romero, but can you talk about the job duties?
Absolutely. This is a position that will be directly underneath me, working alongside me to support the departments that I oversee. So early childhood, special education, student placement, community schools, attendance and health, litigation, yes, all those fun things. I will have a senior director working directly beside me so I can help build that capacity to support our district and our students as we move forward.
And Ms. Romero, in regards to the question that Trustee Dominguez Cervantes has, can you repeat the question, Trustee?
I just wanted clarification under essential job requirements, the third dot point. It says, or related teaching experience desired. What does that mean? Give me some examples.
So, for example, we have multiple credentials that are required. So, multiple subject credential, special education credential, early childhood,
single
subject, other credentials that are educationally related. So the list is going to keep growing of credentials, but yes.
I appreciate that because I'm looking forward for Sharon to have someone that can really be equal to Sharon. Well, I guess that's wishful thinking, but thank you.
Thank you.
11, the subsection M?
M, Aya Healthcare Incorporated. Page 7 of 13.
Dr. Reyes?
At the rate of $45,000 per month, and e-therapy intermediate also at the rate of $45,000 per month, both paid with SPED teaching funds. sped funds.
Okay, so Aya Healthcare, Ms.
They're Aya Healthcare and e-therapy. If you jump over one, they're
And e-therapy.
very connected.
Mhm.
I have
Stacy?
questions about that.
Yes, so this is a non-public agency that's supporting our vacancies for teachers and special education service providers.
So with if the board approves a new MOU, we're hoping to not be using these agencies.
Right. And why I bring it up is because one of our labor partners has brought up frequently the use of, continual use of agency hires. And when we're spending $45,000 per month, that's $540,000 a year times 2 for these 2 agencies. That's over $1 million a year for these two agencies alone. I'm wondering if we could be more productive and start looking at hiring some of these people. And I think an analysis, an assessment being done, because we just keep approving and approving and approving. Well, let's take a look at what we can do to hire these people, because all these hiring agencies, they take a certain percentage of what they're getting paid. So those folks are getting, and I'm making up a number for the conversation. So that person's getting paid $17, $20, whatever, an hour, but we're paying them $25, or we're paying them $27 an hour. I used to work with some of these agencies in my past life. So if it's just, how do they say, cheaper to keep her, just keep her.
So one of the reasons why tonight, one of the items that we have is an MOU to provide a sign-on bonus for teachers, special education teachers. And the whole idea behind that is to attract teachers, special education teachers, so we can hire them exactly for what you're saying. Instead of using the agencies, the whole idea is to be able to hire, attract, and retain.
But that's just for the teachers. What about our non-credentialed staff that we bring over?
Correct. So my understanding is these two are for teachers, correct?
Yeah, for teachers, and then the e-therapy is for speech language pathologists and occupational therapists.
Correct.
They're covering vacancies, and they're also covering when we have leaves, people that are out on leave, when we can't hire those. And these are not to exceed, so it's not that we're spending that much money, it's just we don't to exceed that much money in the school year.
Right. But I'm sure Mark would agree that we better have the money there in case we don't, in case we do need them. So I'd just like for us to monitor that. If we're going to hire folks because of the incentive that we might be approving, then I think we want to keep a close watch on that to see what we can do to keep them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Community Manners. I'd just like to know what this program is about.
What page?
Community Matters.
In between Aya and e-therapy.
Mhm.
Jessica, is that yours?
Consultants.
Yes, thank you. This is the Safe School Ambassadors Program. We currently having it run at several schools in our district right now. We had it start at Marshall, we have it at Maroka and some others. And essentially it's an anti-bullying program that provides assemblies and some sessions for parents as well. And one of the unique components of this program is that it really works with students who have high social capital on campuses and teaches them skills not to be bystanders. And so it helps to support kind of an anti-bullying culture by building up the school with natural leadership skills among the students and the staff that are involved with the program.
I'd like to see, well, invite me when this is happening.
Sure.
I'd like to see it in action.
Yeah, of course.
And on that, I think you had something to say, Trustee.
Yes, thank you. On both the Aya Healthcare and the e-therapy, how many vacancies do we have posted for teachers right now that could potentially be filled or are being filled by these two consultants?
Mr. Romero or Sharon?
So we currently have 12 special ed vacancies that some of them are being filled. And then the rest of the support from Aya, those are for basically substitute for leaves.
So right now, if I go to EdJoin, I will find 12 vacancies posted. Okay. Thank you.
The next one is Lexia Voyager Sopris Incorporated. We approved these focus services at different schools, and we don't get feedback as to whether they worked or not. I'm not saying no to it. What I'm saying is if they could share the outcomes, maybe other schools could piggyback on it and maybe adopt it and invest in these programs. We don't get any feedback. How is this happening in a vacuum?
Yeah, so one of the reasons, one of the ways they provide feedback with among principals is through our lead principals. But would you want to expand that, Ms. Morales?
Sure. So this contract is actually a professional development opportunity for a writing program that we already have at many schools in our district. This is a step up to writing program. And so what is very customary is that if a principal is having success with a program, they might share it through their lead, through their cohorts. Or what we're also doing is we're curating some of the programs that are used throughout the district and right now measuring their effectiveness on our school campuses. So all of our principals are creating turnaround leadership action plans, and they have one around academics. And so we have several programs that are not only in their turnaround leadership plans, but they're in their SPSAs. And what we'll do at the end of the year is we'll measure the growth based upon the implementation and outcomes of those programs, and then determine what we move forward and what we take forward to share.
Miss Jessica, when you say we, does that mean you?
I mean, we in the leadership and learning team in conjunction with our principal group and our principal leads. So we have excellent principal leads that lead cohorts or special projects. We meet with them monthly. And then they also have cohort meetings that they take work out to their principals that they support.
Right.
So we're part of this kind of network of
Right, I
leaders.
just want them to be able to share with each other what their successes or their concerns, and I'm seeing some nodding down over there, so I'm hoping that it's happening. Thank
Yes,
you.
thanks.
And the last one, Dr. Ray, is Turbo Escape. Page 8 of 13, it's the last consultant. So $100,000 for mulch.
That's a lot of mulch. Yes.
A couple of questions connected to that. How many of our schools are they doing? And remind me, was this a bid? Was this bid out or a sole source contract?
Sure. Mr. Huang?
So we can prepare and then update how many have mulch, because I don't have that right in front of me right now. But this is below the bid limit, so we did not go out for a formal bid.
So, Mr. Huang, I know there's formal and informal bids. Did we go out for an informal bid, or was it a sole source?
It was, it's not a sole source. It's, for these contracts, it's considered maintenance. So it's under the threshold of 100 and I believe 19,000 right now. So
that threshold is for RFP, but do you get 3 quotes?
I'll have to check with the department.
I have a quick question on the mulch. Is this the wood chips that are on the playground that the kids put in their mouth? Is that what we're talking about?
The ones that get splinters with?
Yeah, I
No,
just
that one.
wanted to, okay. Just wanted to check. Do you want to make a motion now?
I'm concerned about this 100,000 mulch.
Me too. So
not to exceed, yeah.
Can
Mr. Huang, okay, do you have any information on this? Because that you can provide the trustees, like right now, so because they're going to vote on it.
I'm gonna pull it.
is this an urgent item?
Yeah, because it started July 1st, 2024 is what it says here.
I mean, it already started, right? So
especially, I need to know how many schools.
I'd have to check with the department.
So aside from that, for that.
Do you have more information?
To table.
Alejandro.
Okay. Actually, we used to escape to provide the mulch for the 50 school sites that we have. Alejandro, can you come to the podium, please?
Oh, are you Mr. Mulch?
Not, but close enough. We use Turboscape as a service to provide the mulch for all the 50 schools that we have to maintain the landscape and control the weeds around all the bushes and everything.
So it's all the 50 schools?
Yeah, it's for all the 50 schools, and we're under a service agreement, so we don't exceed the $114,000 a year, and that provides material and application, because sometimes it has to be blown into the sites.
It's a service agreement.
Well, I appreciate you being here. You just saved Mark.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you.
So for 11C, are we?
I'm good. So move to accept them all.
Of 11C, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor of item 11C?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That was motion by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tamayo. 11D.
Actually, Mr. Romero shared, already addressed it in, under the district safety, so I.
Would you like
Move
to
to
make
approve
Yes.
11D.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. 11H.
Well, I started looking at some of these school plans. We just got our agenda Friday night late, so I have not had a chance to look at them all. So my question at this point, but I will be reviewing them in the next couple of days, who in the district has the responsibility for reviewing these plans for accuracy?
Dr. Reyes?
That's a lot of plans.
Yeah, so it's our executive director, Lonnie Press, who's in the back somewhere. Raise your hand. I can see your hand.
She's reading them right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So I'll move to approve this item as well. I just want to let the board know that I'll be reviewing them, because I think we need to start looking at apples to apples and see what the changes have been since the last time we looked at
Yeah,
items.
and if you have any questions, please let us know. I'll be happy to schedule a meeting with Ms. Press.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 11I. And I need to correct just before, let me read the item. This is approve the agreement and purchase of library services from the San Diego County Office of Education for the period of January 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2025. There was a correction from December 1st, 2024. So it is accurate to say January 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
All right, thank you. If we have to pay $8,097.89 from January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025 for the Office of Education to serve as the, quote, librarian of records for CVESD, we should not be calling that service to do X, Y, and Z as free or discounted. So why are we paying for these services? Because they speak about how they'll do this for us and they'll do that for us for free. Well, it's not free. We just paid them $8,097.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Carroll?
Thank you. So according to California Ed Code in several sections, we are required as a district to have a librarian of record. Either if we don't have one, on site or in our district, then that's why we are contracting with the county office. So what it equates to is about 49 cents per student normally for a whole year's worth of service. This is that portion of the prorated portion for the remainder of the year. And you're right, it does sound a little misleading to say that it's for free, but what I think really it's more intended to encompass is the support that they provide both with providing professional learning opportunities that they do actually charge other places for, other school districts who aren't contracted with them. It provides them guidance on book selection. It helps them with learning some of the tools that they use within the library, their cataloging system, things like that. They will provide, coaching and support for perhaps new
It
people.
does get really extensive, but then I would amend it to delete free and discounted. It's fine, we paid for it. They're going to provide those services, that's fine for that fee, but it should not read includes free and discounted, because you're paying for it.
Okay.
Can we live
Yep,
with that?
We can,
absolutely.
absolutely, we can fix that. Yes. Okay.
Move to approve.
And before we vote, I have a question for our lawyers.
Yes.
Yes, because
I know the question.
I know the question too.
I bet you do. So, lawyers, that's. So, I currently work for the San Diego County Office of Education. This contract is with the San Diego County Office of Education. Normally, I would abstain from all these contracts, even if they're not directly with my work, but because I work for them, I would abstain or recuse. What should I do?
So
And what is the process that we
would
could
this
take?
be an exception, or would he be allowed to vote?
May I ask which department you work with?
IT, technology.
With IT. And so do you have any involvement relative to the librarian of record?
No.
No? I would say on this one you can vote.
Thank you.
And so just for clarification purposes, let's say he did work for that department, then he would have to abstain, and then at that point, 2 votes would suffice?
I don't want to create, it's one we would have to consider.
Correct.
It's why when you have the agenda coming up, I think my colleague and I, we would love to have notice so
Absolutely.
we can have some time to consider whether that rule of necessity would apply. But in this one, I think it's so attenuated from what you do for the county office and also the amount that's at issue. I think I heard it right, about $8,000.
Right.
I think you can vote on it with confidence.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, because I'm able to vote on it, let me speak on it. So, it says that it's costing us
8,000?
Oh, 8,000. Never mind. I'm okay with it. Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 11P.
Yes, approve award of requests for qualifications and RFP number 24/25-6, Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative Software Provider to Healthy Campus. My questions involve around the exact description, implementation plan, training and materials, electronic health record functionality, custom ability and patient engagement, data integration and reporting, billing functionality, and administrative considerations. I'd like to know why we need this, who would be using this software, who are the patients, how is the patient engaged, who is reporting what to whom?
Mr. Palmer?
And I've got more questions after that.
Thank you, and I might have to rely on some of my colleagues, Mr. Romero or Ms. Casey, on some of the questions. But this contract is for the Children and Youth Behavior Initiative software, and we received a grant through the state of California for this implementation of this software. So we went out to RFP to find a provider that will help us design the software to meet our needs. And we have staff that meet with students on various, there's about 52 claimable services. And so this software will help us record all of that and request reimbursement back from the state for those services to students.
So this grant requires that you record interactions with the child. And that's the condition to them giving you this money.
It's the proof of service that was provided.
Real quick, clarification on record. So we're not recording the interactions, we recording the times that we met with them. So if child A met with our service provider for 54 minutes, we would record that we met for this reason, maybe it's counseling for 54 minutes. We wouldn't be recording the conversation or the interaction with the student. Just one point of clarification on that.
Yeah, so there's no discussion on what the meeting was about.
Yeah.
So it's just for billing purposes, we saw child A, B, C for 15 minutes,
So we
30 minutes.
Yes, we currently do this right now. So with our Medi-Cal reimbursement, we already do this. What this grant is allowing is students that don't qualify for Medi-Cal that are funded through insurance, so we can bill back for that. So this is happening to the 1,000 school districts up and down our state. So this is just a standard thing that's happening, but it's going to allow us to have the software to track the usage of those meetings.
So we will be notifying parents that their child's information, obviously you have to put some identifiers in there, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 4-year-old. You have to put something in there. Do you know what the software looks like?
Yes, we have looked at the software, and we did. Were there three software companies that we looked at, and so they have this one is the sole source, the only one that has, and I don't remember the certification for safety that they have, but no other one, no other software company has this safety certification. They are the sole source for this safety process, that the information and data that's collected won't be able to be shared by any outside agency. But yes, to answer your questions, the only way these services can be provided is with parent consent.
What's the time sensitivity on this?
The grant was funded. The time sensitivity is immediate because we're looking to implement in January.
So just so you know, this right here does not change any of what we're doing right now. We're already doing all that. This right here is just a way for us to collect.
For billing purposes
for billing
only?
purposes. So all
Nothing
the service,
else.
everything we're doing that right now, it's only for billing purposes.
Only to justify that
Exactly.
we're using your money appropriately
Exactly.
and not going out for coffee.
Exactly.
Completely, yes.
Exactly. So I just want to make sure that it's clarified that
Okay.
it's not additional services, none of that.
Nothing else is being collected on the child, on the student?
Nothing.
Okay. Because it does say patient engagement, so that's why I need the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. 11Q.
Yes, it says ratify amendment to 2 grant agreements with the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District. First, to make a statement and then the question. Number 1, batteries do not make electricity. They store electricity produced elsewhere, primarily by coal, uranium, natural gas powered plants, or diesel fueled generators. So to say an electric vehicle EV is zero emission is not quite that true. But in regards to the fiscal impact, and in light that we are looking to cut approximately $15 million from somewhere, I propose we amend the motion to only buy what the grants cover.
Mr. Pong?
Thank you. And so these buses were applied for under the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District. They have a grant program that helps us replace diesel school buses with electric or CNG. And so we've already replaced 4 of them through the first round. And because of the decrease in the grant, originally we were projecting to be able to purchase 3 with the grant funds, but we're only going to purchase 2 now. So, yeah.
So I think I'm still hearing, or not hearing, that it's going to cost us when we have a grant. It says dollar amount, fiscal impact, yes, $89,371. I'm not approving that.
So the reason why that we really need these CNG buses is because the electric vehicles will not make it up to the 6th grade camp. And so that's the main reason why we really need the CNG ones, because they have the longer distance versus the electric ones.
So is your issue the $89,000 that's saying that it's going to cost in addition to the money from the grant?
Correct.
Correct. The grant only provides $165,000 per bus, which doesn't cover the whole bus. So there is estimated out of pocket.
Do we not have gasoline buses anymore?
We do, but they are getting very old, and so that's why as the grants come up, we're replacing the oldest ones with new vehicles.
So I'm proposing that you use the grant money to buy what you can buy. We're not giving away money anymore. We're short on money.
So what budget are we using for this?
We're using the unrestricted reserve.
Yeah, so currently, we use the diesel buses for trips that are like for the camps, etc. Correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm hearing from you is that those buses are eventually
Right.
they need to be replaced.
Right. I mean, we have buses that are breaking down every day that, you know, we're constantly repairing, and so that we're in a replenishment or cycle. We're cycling out the oldest vehicles.
So right now, how many buses are you proposing to buy here? 3? 2?
Originally, we had planned on buying 3, but since they lowered the grant amount, we propose only buying 2.
And if we take away the 89,000, you're only going to buy 1?
None.
None.
None, because it's per bus, correct?
Mhm.
So it's not a total amount. It's they give you an amount per bus, and so there's still a gap.
Oh, it's applying it to us. So if we don't purchase the buses, we lose the grant. Is what
Correct. So otherwise, we would have to pay fully out of pocket for these replacement vehicles.
So you're telling me you're buying them anyway?
We need to buy them or lose the money. That's what I'm hearing.
And eventually we need to buy them because with the buses.
Right.
Without a grant, and will cost us
Because
They are budgeted for.
in this current year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem with being pressed with making these decisions on like this at a drop of a hat and not having been better prepared, given a little bit more time to ask a little bit more questions.
What is the sensitivity of this item? Because if Trustee Dominguez just needs more time, we could table this item and bring it back at the next board meeting.
When does the grant expire?
So we have to have the fully operational bus by the end of February.
But didn't I read something that says that you couldn't even get the buses? They couldn't come, and that's why you're keep extending?
Right, so that was the initial case, but now the vendor has it in stock.
And where is the vendor?
In California, or?
I'm not sure, I'll have to check.
What I'm saying is we need to receive it or buy it.
No, we should
Operational.
receive it.
We need to receive it.
Yes.
By when?
January,
End of
February 28th.
It's not a lot of time.
I know. So without this grant, it would cost us how much? Let's say this grant was not available. You would still be before us asking us to purchase this bus?
Mhm.
Yes? How much would it cost us?
They're $280,000 each.
And at this point, it would be 89,000. I
It's-
begrudgingly approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Vice President Tamayo, 11T.
11T, similar issue as the previous item where I do work for the San Diego County Office of Education. This item is with the induction program and professional development workshop services, which I do not have any direct line, so I will follow the same guidance. It's an item for $3,375. Are we still good?
Same reason.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, move.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do you need a break, anybody?
Yes. 5 minutes.
We'll take a 5-minute break and return at 8:20. announce our newly hired and promoted employees.
Thank you. Let me get to that page really quick. Governing Board, Superintendent, and our community, it's my pleasure to announce our newly promoted employees. So our first employee, Mario Cabada, who's a lead painter to facilities maintenance supervisor. Congratulations, Mario. Frankie Carmona from heavy equipment to after-school emergency response technician. You'll hear them as ACERTs. Congratulations, Frankie. Eugene Gutierrez from bus driver to shift lead bus driver. Congratulations, Eugene. Guillermo Guzman Jr., who's going from bus driver to shift lead bus driver. Congratulations, Guillermo. Veronica Hernandez, who's going from a noon duty supervisor to an instructional assistant special education. Congratulations, Veronica. Alejandro Herrera, who's going from heavy equipment mechanic to locksmith. Congratulations, Alejandro. Maria de Jesus Mendez, who's going from bus driver to shift lead bus driver. Congratulations, Maria. Pablo Murillo, who's going from bus driver to shift lead bus driver. Congratulations, Pablo. Carlos Otis, who's going from technology equipment technician to systems analyst 1. Congratulations, Carlos. Eulalia Perez, who's going from CNS 1 to CNS 3. Congratulations, Ms. Perez. Guillermo Robles, who's going from bus driver to shift lead bus driver. Congratulations, Guillermo. Joseph Ruiz, who's going from lead irrigation control specialist to irrigation systems and ground supervisor. Congratulations, Joseph. And last but not least, Cesar Zapata Olivares, who's going from van driver to bus driver. Congratulations, Cesar. That concludes our newly promoted employees. Thank you.
I would like to give a congratulations to all of our reclassified temporary teachers who have moved on to probationary status.
27, right? 27?
Thank you, Mr. Romero. All right, public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. We have no speakers for public hearing. I'm now opening the public hearing. Conducting the public hearing to receive input on the agreement with the Chula Vista educators and ratify amend the tentative agreement with the Chula Vista educators for Article 51 Health. Conduct a public hearing to receive the input on the tentative agreement with the Administrators Association of Chula Vista and ratify amend the tentative agreement with the Administrators Association of Chula Vista for Article 17 Health Benefits. I am now closing the hearing. Do we have board comments or questions?
I have a question. First, I want to make a statement that I do recognize the need for this health benefit increase. I appreciate that it was able to be resolved. But I'm just trying to understand, I may be misunderstanding question C on page 2. It asks if the cost of the agreement necessitates budget reductions in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years. The response is no, but then on page 7, there is combined $1 million $1,648 to increase the LCAP for certificated and principals. Is that correct? I just want to understand.
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Pong?
Correct. So that statement means that we're able to continue to meet the 3% minimum state reserve in the 3 years if we continue with this moving forward. So without any cuts, we're still able to maintain our 3% reserve.
Okay. So you were able to find the funding in these other pockets to cover this?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Vice President Tamayo?
No, I just want to thank the district and CVE for coming to a agreement that honors the work of families and also employees plus one, and for the district to recognizing that health insurance is something that's continued to go up unfortunately every year. And every year our employees take a pay cut because of that need for insurance and the continuing increasing of that. So I'm happy that we were able to come together, and I thank CVE for being creative, thinking outside the box on how can we look at benefits from a different perspective, because this is something new, something that we haven't done before, but it's created enough that it provides the much needed help for some of our employees in honoring their work. So thank you so much.
I just want to emphasize something that I learned during my meeting with Dr. Reyes. In preparing for tonight's board meeting, I asked about the bargaining conditions for AACV and was told that AACV didn't bargain because of a Me Too clause. And in contract, so it's in their contract language, and I asked to see the language because bargaining's not an easy task. It's a heavy burden. It's one that requires preparation, tenacity, and resiliency. In addition, it requires organization and mobilization and motivation of association members to act for the benefit of all over the wants of the individual. And I want to emphasize this because I would hope that AACV recognizes and acknowledges CVE and the work that they did in carrying that burden. And with that, I will move to approve these public hearing items. Okay, so moved by me, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. 13 administrative action items. Approve revisions to the fiscal year 2024-25 budget. Approve the first interim financial report. And certify the district's financial status for the fiscal year 24-25. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, and good evening, President Ugarte, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and members of the community. Tonight we have for your review and approval the first interim budget report. And I just want to start off by thanking the fiscal services staff. We did recently transition to PeopleSoft, so we were learning throughout this process. So I just want to thank them because it did take a little bit longer this time around because it was a new system. So when we look at our general fund compared to our adopted budget, we had revenue adjustments of 16.8 million, bringing us up to 400 million in the first interim in revenues. On the expenditure side, we had at the adopted budget 417 million, budget adjustments of 18.9 million, bringing us up to 436 million in expenditures. So with these budget adjustments, we did have expenditures that exceeded the revenue. So we have a total decrease of budget adjustments of 2.1 million. So it's a total deficit of 36 million in the first interim budget. We started with a beginning balance of 170 million, and we are going down to ending balance of 134 million. In this 134 million, we have different allocations. So we have non-spendable funds, which is our warehouse supplies and our revolving cash. Then we also have commitments, which we'll see on another slide, 48.5 million. Restricted funds of 58 million. And then our reserve for economic uncertainties, 26.5 million, which is about 6.1% of our budget. When we look at our budget, we want to look at the unrestricted and restricted separately. So on our unrestricted, we can see that we have a decrease to the reserve of 12.5 million. At the adoption, we were at 18.8 million. So we did make some adjustments in the right direction. And then on the restricted side, we're at a decrease to the fund balance of just under 24 million. So what were some of the changes on the revenue side? Under the local control funding formula sources, we did increase our ADA mainly due to transitional kindergarten because that part wasn't budgeted at the time. So we had an increase in our ADA and also an increase in our attendance factor. So that increased up to 95.3%. And a total of 2.2 million increase in revenue. On the federal side, we are recognizing revenue from the previous year, and this is federal funds that are carried over, and federal funds are offset in expenditures, so they wash because we don't receive federal revenue until we actually spend the money. So there's 2.7 million in increases there. On the state revenue side, we have just under 4 million in revenue increases. A large portion of this was due to the community schools grant. We received a state grant to implement community schools at additional schools. We also had an increase in our state lottery funding and then our transportation reimbursement. And then in the local revenue, this is mainly due to a recognition of higher interest and Medi-Cal reimbursements. On the expenditure side, we had salary and benefits adjustments, a reduction of 2.2 million. This reflects our payroll through October 31st. On the books and supplies, this is 17.5 million increase. This contains carryover funds from the school sites, budgeting for that community school grant, a textbook replenishment that we're projecting to come in before the end of the school year, and then also student and staff devices that we need to replace. On the services, we have an increase of 1.3 million. This is from some of our Medi-Cal services that we had received some revenue for, and also carryover. And then the other expenditures, an increase of 2.2 million. We have budgeted for vehicles and some of our heavy equipment. So a total increase of 18.9 million. For our district commitments, we're looking at safety and security measures, reserving 1.5 million for those. Vehicle and again the heavy equipment replacement, another 3 million. And heavy equipment, these are some of our really big mowers, tractors, and those kind of items that are pretty costly. And they're towards the end of their useful life. Staff devices, we're looking at a replacement plan for student and staff devices and putting those on a lease so that way it becomes an operational cost for us. Textbook replacement, future textbook replacements, we have a couple of adoptions coming up. And then we also are reserving for future one-time expenditures. So as we're doing our input tours, we're getting feedback and looking at some of that data that we're receiving and what are one-time expenditures that we can help support the schools. This would also help us to reduce some of our cuts that we need and be able to take time to make those reductions and provide a soft landing. When we look at our multi-year projection, we can see on that blue bar that we continue to have a $12 million decrease to the fund balance. And right now, this is only estimated. This is based off of the 24-25 budget. We have received information from the legislative analyst, which is impartial to the Department of Finance, that we're looking at a potential lower COLA than what was projected in the current budget. So we're continuing to monitor that, but that'll affect the $12 million reduction. We're also continuing to monitor our enrollment. So we're looking at our demographic studies. And we know that we're increasing attendance for transitional kindergarten, and there's development within the district. But overall, our larger cohorts in the 6th grade are not being replaced with the same size cohorts in kindergarten and 1st grade. And when we look at our restricted funds, we can see a dip from 23 million reduction down to $10 million reduction. This is due to some one-time funds that we're spending down. And when we look at our overall combined, we can see at the bottom that we have our restricted ending fund balance going from 6.1% down to 3.1% in the 2nd year. So we can see that we're pulling from our commitments, the commitment line, and then the reserve for economic uncertainty to meet that reduction of $12 million each year. So when we look at our multi-year projection on this chart, the top line is that 8% goal of the board. The blue line is our actual reserve, and then the red line is a state minimum requirement. And again, this is all based off of the current 24-25 budget. And what we're looking ahead to is the governor will be releasing a new proposal for the 25-26 school year in January. We've already began planning for the 25-26 budget. So we're monitoring the enrollment and staffing projections along with human resources. The implementation of the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative grant, there's potential for that to provide some revenue to the district. And we're looking at an LCAP update at the February board meeting. And then we're continuing to monitor our facility needs and prioritizing projects. And with that, I'll open it for any questions or comments.
Questions?
Yes, on slide 6, there's reference to textbook replacement. I'm just curious as to how we came up with that $12 million quote.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Carroll, can you talk about the cost for textbooks? And then can we have Mr. Pong add to the cost of devices?
So, as you know, we are getting ready to look at ordering for next year and being ready. We are at the end of our cycle for the materials that we have right now. So in order to replenish our English language arts and English language development programs in both English and in Spanish, we need to be able to purchase that out for the next however many years is determined in order to make sure that our students have, they come with the books, so the sets, all the new materials come together. But what is interesting about now current adoptions is that every year then those replenishables come, those student consumable books that come each year instead of a big hardbound textbook. So we continue to get those in the following years until the next round of an adoption cycle for ELA. We also have math that we need to get those materials as well each year because we are not currently in a long-term contract with any math program until we go through a formal math adoption process. And then we'll have a longer period of time there. So we're trying to get all of that squared away so that teachers have their materials before they leave for summer break, and they're ready to go for the next year.
So we'll spend $12 million between now and June.
No, that's not, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. That's not, all 12 million will not be spent for this year. We're talking about just for language arts and for the math materials that we would be getting now.
Yes, so 12 million is not for just 1 year, because we look at, so can you explain, Mr. Pong, how it's for the following years and how we include the devices?
Yes, so this is setting aside funds for future years because it's such a large amount where we need to spend from the reserve to be able to do some of these adoptions. And then the student devices, we're looking at over 15,000 devices. So it'll be grades 3rd through 6th that'll be replenished. And then we're also looking at all of our instructional staff and devices that need to be replenished. So
Well, that's 8 million, student and staff device replacement.
yes.
That's not the 12 million we're speaking of?
Oh, sorry, I moved on. So the textbook replacement, those are for future adoptions.
The multiple years, okay.
Mhm. And then the student devices, right now, technology is in the process of piloting some Chromebooks. And then we're also.
How much did we spend in the last 2 years, actually spend in the last 2 years on textbook replacement?
So if you include the yes, so the last 2 years we did science, benchmark, and iReady.
Right, so if we were to look at that, that's over 12 million right there, right? Because science was 5 to 6 plus benchmark plus math.
And we do know that many teachers are not using Twig, right? That they're not being used. We do know that, right?
But they're not using it yet.
So we bought
We're
them
gonna-
and they're not using it.
Well, we're going to continue to help support them in using it because we know that's an important part of every child's education.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that strategic plan, the project plan that I've been asking for. So I'm looking forward to seeing that on there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Tamayo?
All right. So we have 12 million for textbook, the same 12 million you were talking about, textbook replacement. But then on the previous slide, we have 17.5 million for books and supplies. What is the difference?
So the one in the 17 million is for a benchmark replenishment, which is the ELA curriculum. And then the 12 million is for future adoptions that Ms. Carroll had mentioned.
And no. Carol?
So the 17 million would be all total, right? If I'm understanding the way that this works. The 17 modal would be all total. That's not just benchmark right now. And as we look at so for benchmark right now, that would be a portion of it. And then as we move out for the 12 million takes us out multiple years for the different curriculum that you're going to need to purchase by year or by groups of years, depending on how you want to contract with that.
So for this 17 million and 17.5 million, what are we going to do this year?
Before the end of the school year, it is my understanding that I say we still, yes, we
Yes, you
do.
will
Yes,
start
we
included.
still, that we will be purchasing the language arts and language development programs for the new school year and continuing with math, the current program that we are utilizing until we go through a formal adoption. So that will have, and the math program will have to be purchased each year until we go through a formal adoption, where then you may be considering a multi-year purchase.
So with the 17.5 million, we're buying language arts. And with the 12 million, we're going to buy.
No. So 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 I'm not the money expert on this, but right now the language arts and ELD and math for this year, that's a portion of that 17 million. That's not all. It won't cost 17 million for all of that.
So yeah, part of the expenditures is for this year, but also we're looking at a multi-year projection of expenditures plus the devices.
Right.
Mhm. So each year, the difference is that each year, even though we're not doing the adoption, we have to
replenish materials
Yeah,
for
replenish
that.
all
and so
the-
we're trying to be ready for those multiple years coming up.
Yeah, so it'd be this year,
So it would
next year,
be
and the next.
helpful for me to better understand this if I could, maybe on a Friday update, get a breakdown of how we're going to spend it, when are we going to spend it? Because right now, in my mind, we have 29.5 million for textbooks.
So
we may or
that's
we may
17
not.
million in books and supplies. That's not all textbooks. Only 6 million of that is for the ELA benchmark.
See, and that would help if I can get a breakdown of these 17 million, 6 million are for books, and then the rest are toilet paper, because
Or supplies. Huh?
or supplies.
Right.
The other thing is these one-time expenditures. If I can also get a breakdown of what are we spending for on one-time money, 24 million. And I would love to know more about your $8 million investment. So for devices, so are we looking to do? We're looking to do OpEx on here. So you're buying this year, and then you're going to replace them 3-4 years down the road. So if you're going to do that, then every year we're going to put $2 million in the bank to save for that 4th year, or these 15 devices, are they enough to replace the whole thing that we have? How many devices do we need?
So we're projecting just over 15,000 right now, and it's projected to be 10 million over 5 years. So, we're splitting the cost 2 million per year. So this will represent the 4 future years that we would have to make a lease payment for, setting aside funds for that.
Okay.
This inclusive of the 4 years.
So this is a commitment, but it represents 4 years.
Correct.
Okay.
For that, for the devices.
So while we're committing to this, we're really only spending 2
In the current year.
in the current year.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry. Trustee, President, one more question. So up here in the 17 million, books and supplies, does that mean ink? Because I hear teachers all the time talking about not having ink. Is that coming out of school site funds? Or, they're shaking the cartridge and all of this stuff, trying to get the last piece of anything. And they're doing fundraisers. I don't know if you look at Nextdoor app. The Nextdoor app, parents are on there asking for pencils, paper.
So that shouldn't be the case.
Right.
That should not be the case, Mr.
Right.
Pong.
Right, so that's kind of a broad category, but ink would fall under that books and supplies category.
So is that something we pay or coming out of the school site funds?
It's coming out of school site funds that we allocate.
So principals should be ordering that for their sites.
So in that scenario, printers, are those standardized from the district, or are teachers able to bring their own printer?
I'd have to defer to Jacob if that's okay.
They purchased one of our approved printers from the bid, the North County Consortium bid. They're HP printers. There are some cheaper ones. There are more expensive ones that do fancier things. We will permit donated printers, home printers to be brought in, but as a USB printer only connected to a computer with some security stipulations.
If I'm donating printers, am I also, is the district going to cover the ink for the printer, or do I have to donate a standard printer? How does that work?
If you were to donate one of our approved printers to the school site,
Okay, so only approved printers I can donate.
if you went to Best Buy and bought a Canon printer and you gave it to the school site with the ink in it, they would be responsible to purchase the ink for it, and our technician would help them to install it. But we would not provide support on the printer because it's not one of our supported units. We would help them set it up, and that's about it.
Got it. So that's probably what's happening. Thank you.
My only comment or question was going to be that on slides 5 and 6 that Trustee Tamayo already asked that we get a breakdown of that. And then I think in our printed version, just so that none of us are confused, on slide 5, the total expenditures, the numbers add up, but on ours it says decrease and it's in parentheses, and we all know what that means. So I just wanted to clarify that what you have up there is accurate. It's not a
Yes.
decrease. Okay.
It's an increase to the total expenditure.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Right. But it's on here, so I didn't want any of us to be confused about that.
We didn't have any ink.
Thank you, Mr. Pong, for your presentation.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor of accepting the financial status, the first interim, and the revisions to the fiscal year, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. What you've all been waiting for. I know, but I need to read it. Item B, contingent upon board approval of provisional appointments described in Board Bylaw 9223, approve the vacancy timeline and process for selection, appointments of provisional board members for seat 1 and seat 5, and schedule a special meeting. Dr. Reyes.
Hi, I'm going to ask our attorneys to please provide us with some of the legal content of some of the things that we can do or the board can do to either appoint or call for a special election, and what are some of the timelines per Ed Code.
Sure. Well, hello again.
Might I interject right now, President? I just want to make sure that that was emphasized, because the way the agenda is reads about only an appointment. It doesn't specifically call out that we have not decided on one or the other. So thank you for calling that out.
Okay. So when a vacancy arises, well, first of all, a vacancy on the board arises when the resignation is filed with the county superintendent. So my understanding is that within the past several days, both resignations have been filed with the county sup. Once that happens, then there's a 60-day time period where the board has the right to either make a provisional appointment, which would be effective through, I think, 2026 would be the next regularly scheduled election. So that's one option that the board has, to make the provisional appointment. Or the second option is to call a special election. If the board members do not take either action, then the authority goes to the county superintendent, who then, as a matter of law, has to call for a special election. The reality is a special election is a very expensive proposition. Because you have 2 vacancies, I don't think it would be, I don't know whether the district's costed it out or talked to you have, but it probably exceeds $1 million.
So just for clarification, we did call the county recorders. It's anywhere from 2.2 to 2.9 million.
Right, because it's two.
I'm sorry, say that again?
From 2.2 to 2.9 million. And that's it's an estimate.
And you called it county recorders?
We call it, yes, we call it county.
Register of voters.
Register of
Those
voters.
are the register of voters.
Okay.
Thank you. So it is, it's very expensive. But to get back to when I was up before the board earlier this evening, the reality is to make an appointment, there has to be a unanimous decision by all 3 board members. So if in fact there's going to be a provisional appointment made by the board, your board bylaws, it's 9223 is the relevant board bylaw to review. And also the relevant ed code or government code sections, actually ed code sections, are sections 5091 through about 59045 or 5. Those are the key sections of the code which sort of spell out the requirements. But if in fact a provisional appointment is going to be made, you will need to be unanimous. It has to happen, like I said, within that 60-day time period. But then your board bylaw 9223 essentially gives a choice as to what you can do. And there are, as you pointed out, Ms. Dominguez Cervantes, it gives two options. And in summary, one is a nominating process where there could be nominations to fill the vacancy. And then the other one is really where you have a detailed application process where you have candidates who, first of all, there could be a subcommittee appointed by the board. The subcommittee would review applications so to make sure that those board member candidates are actually eligible to run. Then there's an interview process that would happen at a board meeting, and then the board has to make a selection. All of those things happen. All of it is open session consideration because it is a board member. And I think the key thing is, and we'd be happy to sort of share all of the different steps that we recommend happen, or I could review them if you want me to go into the details of that. But I think what's really important is that once you identify the process or you identify the subcommittee working with the superintendent, perhaps working with us as far as what those procedures are, I think the key thing is to get it up on your website and to publicize it so that those people that are interested know what the process is, and then also the public knows what the process is going to be and sort of the timeline and the different steps that are at issue or that you're going to be following before the board actually makes a provisional appointment. But in a nutshell, I think the different steps would be, I think, establishing that subcommittee so you can sort of figure out your process, and the subcommittee would be 2 board members. But figuring out making sure that people who submit applications are eligible. Create sort of what the application requirements are. What information do you want to receive from different candidates as to their qualifications, their experience, what their views are on being a board member. I think also I recommend that you advertise, widely disseminate, hey, this is the timeline. We're going to be making a provisional appointment on this date. If you're interested in the position, then you should consider submitting an application, and here's the process, which is on our website. And then really having a meeting where you would review and discuss the candidates and interview them. Is that me that's feeding back? I'm not sure what that is.
I know it's some humming.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's not me. Okay. And then the board deliberates, talks about the different candidates. There would be opportunity for public comment from those that attend the meeting to give input or suggestions that they have for the board. And then ultimately there's a vote. And like I've said, the vote would have to be unanimous. And then the one thing I'll add after that is, even though if the board exercises its right to make the provisional appointment, within 10 days after that decision, there has to be publication in 3 public places, 1 newspaper of general circulation about who you are appointing. And even then, if certain petition requirements are met, members of the public could still call for a special election. That's their right after the board exercises its right to make a provisional appointment. But it requires, 1.5% or 5% of this. I won't go into those details right now, but that is a possibility that even if the board does make an appointment decision, if there could be a petition calling for a special election. And I'd be happy, if there are any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes. Question. So my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, the way we're listed this on the agenda should it have been B and C, versus it all be clumped into one? Because it should be two different agenda items?
No, I don't think, I think it gives the public sufficient notice
Okay.
as to what's being discussed by the board. And I think if people were interested in the vacancy process or the different options, I think it's sufficient, substantial compliance.
All right. So when we come back around with whatever decisions we're making, we can distinguish them as two different agenda items?
You can if that's what you
Okay.
choose to do, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just share with the public that I submitted several questions to Dr. Reyes, who submitted it to legal, to clarify some of these questions, and they were kind enough to bring you guys in so you could share with the public as well what you've shared with us.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you let them go?
Wait, no, wait.
Wait.
So I also want to share with the public that these are not our district legal counsel. We asked that we had an independent legal firm to come in and help us with this because we wanted to provide additional transparency. That is not legal counsel that is contracted ongoing that has an ongoing contract or they're really tied to. Yes,
They are.
they are.
I don't want to, may I, Dr. Reyes?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to mislead the public. We are one of your law firms that is under contract. We do not regularly advise the board, though, on these kinds of issues.
Okay, so to clarify, normally our legal counsel for issues of the board go through Dean, Adams, and Silva. That is the legal firm that we typically use for anything that the board has questions or the district or the superintendent has questions. That is what I tried to meant there. So what we wanted to do is have somebody different in this case.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to, didn't want to
Thank you.
Thank you.
mislead. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Do you have any more questions, Delia?
I'm sure they'll come up.
Okay.
Yeah. You can dismiss them, or do you want them to stay?
We do need you to stay. Thank you. Do you need some water? Or just water? If you need a break, you're good. Thank you. Yes, it just... No. Thank you. We appreciate it. As we proceed and just finish this agenda item, thank you.
Okay, we have 4 speakers. Do you want to take them now?
Sure.
Okay. Manny Rubio.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Vice President Tamayo, Trustees Dominguez Cervantes, Dr. Reyes, and the rest of the cabinet. My name is Manny Rubio. I'm a parent of 2 students in the district, as well as my wife and I like to think we're super volunteers on a number of committees and organizations through different things that we do here at the district and for the students. I just want to say, I think this is something that is a great opportunity, I think, for this district. I'm going to take it from the stance of, definitely we have 2 vacancies on this board, but this is definitely an opportunity for the district. And I think in what I mean for that is that there is an opportunity for the trustees and for this district to create a legacy of what's next. By that, I mean that we can move forward with a decision regardless of a lot of things that are going on. We know that there is quite a bit of attention to things that have gone on in terms of South County politics and South County happenings over the last several years, me having firsthand experience in some of those issues. But I really think that there is an opportunity for us, regardless of politics, regardless of favor, regardless of interest, to appoint somebody whose only interest, or I'm sorry, 2 people whose only interest, who the only interest should always be around the students and the families of this district. I really think that this is an opportunity for us to as an organization. And I say us because I am part of this district. I am a regular part of this district and the goings on. So I really think this is an opportunity for us to step forward and do something that really shows the entire county that we are focused on our students and our families. I'm sure there are going to be a number of very well qualified candidates. There's going to be a number of people who are interested in this. And I think at the end of the day, what we really have to just make clear is that the two appointees that we bring to this, and I understand that, yes, there is that opportunity for an election, and I understand why the opportunity would be to go towards an appointment. I understand that whole process. That's not lost on me or anybody else, really. But I think, again, this is an opportunity for us, and I just really want to just echo that, and I think there's a lot of folks that, you know, we come in contact with, my family and I have come in contact with, the different students and parents and families who really just want this district to succeed. And at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do for this district and for my students and for others. And I think it's an opportunity. So I really hope that this board recognizes that and seizes that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Ramirez Dominguez.
No relation.
Yes. Unfortunately, there is no relationship. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and everybody else around. My name is Karen Ramirez Dominguez, and I am honored to address you in this evening. I am here to discuss the choice between that you are holding, either a special election or making an appointment. As we heard today, a special election, it's almost $3 million. I will also like to humbly propose myself for that appointment. With my background in child development and my daily work as a noon duty in this school district, and a parent of 2 children in this district, I bring a unique and valuable perspective to this role, one that combines hand-on experience, professional knowledge, and personal investment for the school district to succeed. During my previous campaign, I ran and I earned over 20,000 votes. I ran against Cesar Fernandez and other previous school members. I was honored to also receive the endorsements of respective community leaders. This level of support demonstrates the trust and confidence our community has placed in my ability to serve effectively. I strongly believe that moving forward with an appointment rather than a special election is the most responsible and practical decision for our district. A special election will delay progress and divert significant financial resources, funds that could instead go forward improving classrooms, supporting our teachers, as we've heard today, also ensuring the success of our students. An appointment allows us to maintain stability and focus on whatever is most important, which is providing the best possible education to our children. If appointed, I am ready to step into the role immediately. My priorities are clear. I propose putting family values at the forefront of ensuring that parents have a central role in shaping our decisions. I've heard parents today. I've heard them say, I've called, I've emailed, and one of the things I want to do is to be available. I want to collaborate. I want to have communication and collaboration between the board, the family, and educators. I believe that we can create a stronger, more unified district when every child could thrive. I thank you for considering me for this position. I am ready to work alongside you to move forward the district without delay and to make a meaningful difference in the families of our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Efford.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board, faculty, parents, and community members. My name is Elizabeth Efford, and I am honored to stand before you to nominate myself as a candidate for the Chula Vista Elementary School Board. I have lived in Chula Vista for 13 years and even graduated from Otay Ranch High School. I am deeply passionate about the mission of our schools to nurture the minds and spirits of our children. I would love the opportunity to contribute to that mission. I hold a master's degree in child development, an advanced certificate in education and mental health, and a bachelor's degree in child and family development. I've pursued this educational path with the intention of giving back to my community. A moment that deeply resonated with me was the November's tribute to military families. Many members of my family have served this country, including both my mother and father. In fact, my family even fought in the War of 1812. I owe much of my academic journey to my father, who enlisted in the United States Navy before I was born and serves to this day. His service alone afforded me to go to college. His service and the values he and my mother both instilled in me, respect for human dignity, equality, and justice, have shaped who I am today. And as a recent convert to Islam, I also deeply value the freedoms we have, especially the First Amendment, which guarantees our right to practice our beliefs freely and to use our voices as I am doing right now. I come from generations of hardworking Americans, and I see the same spirit in the people of Chula Vista. We are a community built on perseverance, and we share a common desire for better opportunities for our children. As an educator with years of experience, including work with children with disabilities such as autism, ADHD, intellectual disabilities, and physical disabilities, I have gained a profound understanding of the unique obstacles these children face, barriers that go beyond academics and touch on emotional, social, and physical challenges. This experience has fueled my commitment to a more inclusive education system, one that supports the diverse needs of every student. In today's sometimes polarized environment, we must stand firm against discrimination. Every child, regardless of race, gender, identity, or background, deserves to feel valued and supported, and I am committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and affirming environment for all students. In closing, I want to emphasize that my commitment to children's rights, protections, and dignity is not just an abstract value for me. It's something that I've lived, learned, and believe in deeply. As a community, it's our duty to serve these young people who look to us to help them shape their future. I ask for your support as I seek the opportunity to serve on this board and continue working towards a brighter, safer, and more equitable future for all students. Again, my name is Elizabeth Eford, and I thank you for your time. I'd also like to leave this behind.
Thank you. Zenith Khan.
Well, good morning, everyone. Morning, board trustees and superintendents. A pleasure to be here. My name is Zenith Khan. I am a mother of 3 children, all attending Chula Vista Elementary, Middle, and High School. I'm here today to express my interest in applying for the vacant Chula Vista Elementary School Board seat. I've been a proud resident of Chula Vista since 2009 and have a background in chemical engineering. Have been working in a leadership role within the pharmaceutical industry in San Diego for the past 17 years. For the past 3 years, I've also served as a substitute teacher for a Chula Vista-based nonprofit organization. Additionally, I've collaborated with various nonprofit organizations to serve as a career advisor for immigrant and refugee youth. Despite the many roles, I'm most proud of being a mother of 3 children, all of whom are currently attending, as I mentioned, public elementary, middle, and high schools in Chula Vista. As a parent, I'm heavily involved with my children's education within the public school system. It is of the utmost importance to uplift our students by harvesting their confidence and encouraging them on their paths to higher education and successful careers, so that they too may ultimately be contributing and become influential members of our society. I really appreciate everything that you guys do here. I've seen the fruits of it by being a parent, and really appreciate and thank everyone who is currently in the board and in the committees and visible or working in the background of investing themselves and really supporting our children in the Chula Vista School District. Given the opportunity to serve in the board, I'm ready to hit the ground running, invest my passion, resources to foster and achieve successful learning for our children. I'll strive to work together with fellow school board members to serve the community by preserving, improving overall student academic achievement, ensuring safe and productive learning environment, for all students, and also focusing on education programs, curriculum, with a focus on science, technology, arts, engineering, and math. Again, it's an honor to be here and be heard. I would be grateful to serve and protect our students, hear our parents, honor our hardworking teachers. Appreciate the time for your consideration and support. And again, my name is Zinat Khan, and congratulations to Rochelle. Really appreciate all your time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
Thoughts? As I shared earlier, this agenda item didn't offer the opportunity to discuss the option of special election or appointment, and I believe it'd be important for us.
It actually does. The way that it reads, it says may fill the vacancies through provisional appointment or election, and then it only lists the other two because with an election, we don't have to have those options. So we have all three options available under this agenda item. It's just that it doesn't need to be detailed. Because it says.
Right. Yeah, I know it's it just
we
that
can
yes.
choose between all three.
Right.
So do we want to take a position on what do we want to do?
Is anyone in favor of an election?
I don't know that it will be in favor of an election, but if we can't agree, then by default, it will go to special election. Correct?
Correct.
If we can't agree on appointment.
On appointment. And as we move forward, because of the price tag on a special election, I would lean towards a appointment process with very clear guidelines, as previously mentioned by legal, and that it's called out as two separate agenda items. So when we make motions, we're making a motion on seat 1, and then motion seat 5, so that it's not a slate motion.
Just for clarification purposes, the item can be one item with 2 seats, and then the way you handle it, it could be either by slate, if you choose you could be a slate or individual motions.
Yeah, and I would have no problem with. I'm in agreement with regard to the election that it's costly. We've been through the process before, Trustee Tamayo and I, years ago, and because of that, the cost. I also agree with what Dr. Reyes is saying in the way, kind of like this evening, we had 3 options with appointing the board or doing our board reorganization. We could have done it each individually, or we could do it as a slate, but it was still only one agenda item. Yeah. And I would prefer that in the manner that when we're doing this and it's 2 seats, that it would put the person, if we're interviewing everyone, the person, we're almost favoring if we do 2 agenda items and we choose, why are we choosing this person first versus this person second? Do you see what I'm saying? So we have to be cautious with that realm. In looking at our options, and I'll just throw it out there and we can talk about it, I like the idea of a subcommittee. I like the idea of the questions, and I'm perfectly okay not being on that committee. If it were to be a nomination of Trustee Dominguez Cervantes and Trustee Tamayo, I am in complete faith that you two could handle that policy and those questions and doing all of that. But I'm open here to conversation as well.
The reason requesting that it's called, I get what you said about the slate, but it was simple. It's just the 3 of us. It wasn't 20. people. So it either was going to be me, the president, or one or the
Right,
other.
right,
It's
right.
just the three of us were going to be the officers. So that was, for me anyway, I was not volunteering to be the president.
No, and
But for the selection of the appointee, I think it's more troublesome to say, okay, I nominate number 3 and number 7 as my appointees. It just, you might be fine with the number 3, but not fine with the 7. You might be fine with the number 7, but not with the 3. I think if we would all agree, if we happen to agree on a particular one, the one that rises to the top, then we nominate that person, or we discuss the top 3 or the top 4 or whatever that might be and see who rises to the top. So we get one seat done, and then we move to the next seat so that we can have that discussion. And it may be the same individuals we were just speaking of, but which one's rising to the top. Another option might be in the application process. Do we ask, and our legal is here, do we ask? And I don't know that it makes a difference to someone, but our interested candidates, well, I just want to be in seat number 1, or I just want to be in seat number 5, or they pick both. I don't know. So it may be something particular for that individual.
which brings up a question. If we were to do individual seats like that, and that member became a seated board member before we determined the next board member, would that board member be required to vote?
We have got the answer here
So,
in our legal.
they would have to take the oath.
Gotcha.
So they
So,
would,
so you can appoint, but unless they take, and if they don't take the oath, they can't vote.
Got it.
Once they take the oath, then they can vote.
right. And our legal gave us that. Well, that was one of my questions.
Yeah, I didn't, okay, good.
So, Madam President, from what I'm hearing the board say, I think the board is of the position to try to stay away from a special election. So if the request from trustee Dominguez Fernandez is to list each seat as an individual item, I think that's something we can work with, because even if we have the discussion, if we come up with a process with legal counsel, when we're discussing at the end of who to appoint, there might be consensus, right?
Right.
That, hey, we saw fabulous applicants. We saw 2 that all 3 of us would agree.
Right.
At that point, that might be a position. But if not, we can take an item at a time. I don't see that as a prevention right now. I think there's still a lot that we need to work on the process with legal counsel on how the subcommittee, if that's what I'm hearing, that the subcommittee is also acceptable, the subcommittee can develop that process with legal counsel and then bring it back to the board and say, here's how we're going to choose the top candidates. Yes, please.
The short answer is yes, you can do that, but I would urge the board to schedule 2 special meetings. I think one is for the subcommittee to come back and say what's the application process that they've developed, and I think that should be, you gotta figure out what the 60-day deadline is and then work backwards. So you need to develop that application process, give your candidates sufficient time to submit their applications, and then I think you need to set up a meeting where you would be interviewing those applicants and then probably making a decision. If people are persuasive and convincing and you feel like you're there, hopefully at that meeting you would be calling for a vote.
Could it be possible for the board to have that discussion today come up with the timeline and the process. So there's only one meeting where they would be interviewing the finalists.
I think that the board could provide sufficient direction to you, Dr. Reyes, and then we would work with you to put what the board wants as far as the different components into a process, and then distribute that on the website, and then, like you're saying, then do it in one meeting.
We've been known to stay here till midnight and 1 a.m.
My bedtime's about 9:45.
Yes. So if I'm hearing that, I'm also hearing that if we have to do a unanimous decision, right? Basically, all three have to agree. If by virtue of not agreeing, of one of us not agreeing, even after multiple votes, then that automatically triggers sending it to the county superintendent, and then she will trigger a special election, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So if we agree on one, which is a question you already answered, but for the public's sake, so we agreed on one, but not the other vacancy, it's quite possible then that other vacancy is what would go to special election if we could not agree on candidate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I know you sent that, but for the public's sake.
Sure.
So would the board be okay to take a motion to do an appointment process and to do a subcommittee of the board and assign the subcommittee members?
Yes.
I'll move that the board takes the appointment process and create a subcommittee of 2 board members to develop the process.
To develop the process or to direct the, I'm confused, to direct the process or
So
to review, can we do it
so
here?
so let me bifurcate the motion. I move that we take the appointment process route.
Okay.
I second that
Okay,
motion.
so moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes to move for the appointment process. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right, now I will move to direct the superintendent to develop an application for interested people or candidates to apply and to be published at the district website.
3 places you said, right?
Or 3 places.
3 places. Okay, so that's another motion.
That's different, but to publicize what I heard as far as the motion is concerned, directing the superintendent to develop an application process that's consistent with the law and hopefully generates a lot of interest within the community, and then to publish that application process on the website ASAP.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, well, Dr. Reyes, where does the subcommittee or the ad hoc committee come in?
We're not there yet.
Okay.
So in this scenario,
Okay.
the subcommittee would come in to review the applicants, right? And then we would work with legal counsel to generate the process on how we're going to select from those candidates.
Sounds good.
Do you agree on that?
I agree on
So
that.
the motion right now is to direct the superintendent to develop the application and to do the publishing of the process.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Motion by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next.
Third motion. I move that this board creates a subcommittee of 2 board members and appoint Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, and Trustee Tamayo to that subcommittee.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by President Ugarte. All those in favor, we voted. It was unanimous. Okay, next.
Next. What else do we need?
Special meeting date.
Special meeting date. Do we have a special meeting date?
17.
I move that the district adopts January 17 as a special board meeting date to 6 p.m. to review and interview candidates.
The candidates
No,
have been.
wait, is that?
Well, I do think that reviewing eligibility requirements would be
Right.
something that the subcommittee would
Subcommittee
do.
does. They were-
Right, so the subcommittee doesn't need to meet in
In a
in
session.
a special
They're not
session, right?
subject to the Brown
Right,
Act,
okay.
and it's less than regular.
So,
The meeting.
January
17th is the
17,
interview and the process.
6 p.m. will be the interview process of the candidates.
And the selection, right,
Right.
yeah.
And the selection.
Yes. And then I think there's one more motion, but we'll do
Okay,
this one.
so Delia, is that good with you that January 17th at 6 p.m. We have a special board meeting to interview candidates?
Only have to clarify some other dates.
Go ahead.
So if Dr. Reyes is going to develop an application for interested candidates, publish it, we need a turnaround time. I need to see that we have enough time here for January the 17th. So there should be a turnaround time, a due date that the applicants will have to submit their applications to you, and then enough time for Trustee Tamayo and myself to review for eligibility.
How much time would the subcommittee need? A week and a half? 2 weeks? Week and a half?
Well,
How much time
this
for
is
the
my
application?
life, so I have more time than you guys do. You guys have
So
8
what-
to 5 jobs.
So would a week and a half suffice?
So are
It's
you
more
saying a
enough.
week and a half to publish?
No, for the subcommittee to review the applicants.
Takes one.
The eligibility.
I mean, if we have 1,000, yes.
Well, yeah, it depends
Well,
on.
no, but because I want to give you time, there's work commitments and other commitments.
Yes, a week window will work.
Okay, so then, we can go ahead and publish by, today's Monday, by the 18th, so this Wednesday, we can publish it, and we can give, because of the holidays, we can do 3 weeks.
So we're publishing the 18th,
We would close on the 8th,
close on the 8th.
and then it would give you a week and a half to meet and review.
Okay.
Well, I may not work, but I do have family across the country. So I'm going to go visit my great-granddaughter between December 27th and returning December 31st for 4 days.
We're fine.
Oh,
That's
that's
fine?
perfect.
Okay.
That's
It
fine.
it works, yeah.
All right.
So your motion,
So my motion is to establish a special
meeting
board meeting on January 17th at 6 p.m.
for our selection.
for our selection
To
process.
interview and select.
To interview and select 2 seats.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, motion by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Fifth motion.
And then I think Board and Dr. Reyes, I think there's one last motion. In Board Bylaw 9223.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, there are 2 options. One is to actually have an application process, which I think is what the board in your deliberations you're describing. So that's option 1. Or the second option in the board bylaw is board shall accept nominations at a public meeting and select provisional appointee from among those nominated by a majority vote. So it sounds like option 1 is where the discussion has been going, but I think there should be, a motion along the lines of following option 1 as set forth in board bylaw 9223.
May I ask, option 1 and option 2 seem to be a little blurry now for me, based on what you're saying right now. I thought we were describing option 2.
That's what I thought too.
I'm looking,
You were describing, sounded like option 2.
yeah, no, this option 1 describes advertising in the local media, having a committee consisting of less than a quorum of the board to ensure that applicants are eligible, and then announcing the names of eligible candidates, and then the board at some point interviewing the candidates at a public meeting and accept written or oral public input, and then select a provisional appointee by a majority vote. That's what I'm sort of calling the application process.
Yes.
That's option 1.
Well, because the way we have it here, it implies those last few steps as if they were part of provision, option 2, excuse me.
Oh, I'm reading from what I believe to be Board Bylaw 9223.
reading and then
First
reading
page.
off the-
Exactly.
We just have,
Yes, so you're correct. The difference is on option 2, the one that you're reading, is that if you would tell me to come up with a committee versus 2 board members.
okay.
The 2 board members which is the one that you chose, the board approved, would be option 1.
So now we just need a motion on that we're gonna do the application process, and that still involves everything.
Or option 1 is what I think
Yeah.
I'd call it.
Are you okay with that?
I am, well, I just,
His options are different, they're not reading off of what ours.
what we have here, but for transparency purposes and the public seeing this, they see it, it's not someone who's here listening to all this, we need to amend this.
We're
So-
talking about option 2.
So we're talking about
And I agree with our
following
process.
Board Bylaw 9223. So the public may reference that board bylaw. And in that board bylaw, what we've been describing and what I hear the board describe is utilizing provisional appointment option 1.
Correct.
So so we just have it backwards on
Right,
this item.
so this needs to be amended.
So we can, you actually want to amend it?
She can do it, yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can
So,
amend it.
so we can do it on the minutes.
in
So
the
it
minutes.
so it shows in the minutes.
Right,
Yes.
and then give me the correct version, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Just
So
do
with
the-
that, you're good?
I'm fine.
Okay. So since we're good on that, I will make a motion for the board to utilize provisional appointment option 1
With the application process.
with the application process.
Thank you for that amendment.
And the subcommittee
Right.
of the board.
Okay,
And
and a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Are we good?
All
Are we
right.
good? Are we done?
Right before 9:40,
Wait,
9:45.
wait.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Have a lovely
First
night.
and second readings, board bylaws. First and second reading, board bylaw 9200, bylaws of the board.
So this is the one that
Dr. Reyes.
we discussed last week, last month, that we were bringing against this month. The one that 2 of the trustees had some concerns with. Mhm.
I was good with it.
Okay.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Report calendar to the Board of Education. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, any reports you'd like to request?
Yes, last month, I made a request for information on the number of IAs, sped staff resigning, the salary comparisons, and I'd like to know when I'm gonna see that.
Yeah, Ms. Romero, was that sent on a Friday update?
No.
No, we were doing, I can do that this Friday.
Okay.
Saturday.
Thank you, but I believe you were supposed to include it with this month's report, but I'd like the public to hear and see also there.
Oh, you wanna?
Oh, yes. You can do a report to us, but I want the public to know how we're running our business here.
So you would like it included in his report?
Yes,
at the end
please.
of the-
Okay, so what exactly? Okay, so
salary comparisons, not just for our information, because we get the briefing, but our union partners, do they get what?
So yeah, we
that
already
report?
did the salary comparison information. Do you want, so is that something that we want to share? I did send that in a weekly. So you want it coming to a board item? Just so I'm clear.
For salary comparisons, I believe that
Or
our labor
vacancies.
partners classify CD CEO. Both of you talked, right, and did an analysis of the IA salaries.
Yeah, no, and then for on my weekly, I did send, we're at San Isidro, South Bay, National, and Chula Vista, and I compared and showed where we were. So I can present that at a. is
So
that the
do you want to
request?
present that on a board meeting, or do you want to share that with our labor partners?
I want to share it with our labor partners.
Okay.
Yeah.
The salary comparison, where we at versus the
Yeah, I
other
did that. So what I'll
districts.
do is I'll include to
Angela.
you.
So the next meeting, the next one-on-one that you have with our labor partners, go ahead and share the graph.
Yeah.
The comparison.
And then Trustee Dominguez can follow up and ask them if they got
If they got it. Right, and then the Sweetwater Authority, their water was in the news this past week, and we've been asking about that here for several months, about their intent to put these solar panels on the water reservoir. And the very panels, the very water that our fire comes by and gets buckets of water out to put fires out in Hamul. And on the 54, there was one a month and a half ago. So on top of that, the concerns of the particles and how would it affect our water. So I know we were starting to do something about testing our water for our students and staff.
Correct. So, just so you know, I did have a meeting with, I'm not sure if he goes by CEO or what the title, the main person. I did share that we had some concerns from the board and from the district regarding the solar panels. They were very firm on that they are going to be continuing to explore that possibility. Nothing set in stone according to, but they're very firm in continuing to explore that. We know that we were testing, but our testing was for very, very specific items. It was for lead, and we were going to be expanding to other different. I mean, there's like hundreds of substances. So where were we at, Mr. Pong?
We can bring a contract to the next meeting.
Thank you. And Dr. Reyes, you were going to report out on the Tijuana sewage meetings. You were supposed to be having the second Friday of the month. We haven't had anything from October, November.
Correct. So this past meeting, they canceled the meeting, and so right now, so the last meeting that we're supposed to be having, they canceled it, and we're going to be meeting after the holidays. That's why I didn't report it out.
Right. Yes, I'd like to see a very deliberate, very intentional involvement in looking at that. Thank you. And I brought it up very cursory this past time that we look at the standards we're using when we're determining district-supported assistant principals versus site-supported assistant principals. Whatever standards we had before, we spoke about briefly. Obviously, the past is not where we're living in now. After COVID, the children came back, and many more issues with behavioral issues. I shared with you that I've shadowed a couple of principals, and oh my gosh, I just don't know how they can do their other assignments when they have to juggle trying to save a child from themselves. They're eloping, and the parents, and I think we need to really need to relook at it. And with the school plans for the student achievement plans that we just got, I think we could take a look at, okay, recalibrate. Where are we? What can we do differently? We're looking at new numbers. For instance, Harborside, didn't they lose their dual immersion with a community school?
Well, we
So they have less students and they
Correct.
have two principals, the principal and the assistant.
Correct.
Whereas others, so I think we need to relook at all our schools, and that was one of my intentions, but there was just so many and very short time for me to look at. So I don't know who could be involved, whether we get someone from our Administrators Association to help us out. Me, I'll help. Well, that's what I just kind of do anyway, but to look to see what we can do to reassess this. And President Ugarte, I don't know if this requires a motion.
to reassess.
Just reassess what qualifies for a district-supported assistant principal.
Okay, so what qualifies? So let me just reiterate the question. So your question is, what qualifies a school to have an associate principal?
Right. Right, because if we use the current standard, well, we would be taking the assistant principal from Harborside. I mean, not physically, but then now the cost would be out of school site funds. So I don't think we want to do that. It's a community school, but I think we need to take a look at.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing actually right now with Cabinet is we are having those discussions. Now, while having those discussions, because there are many variables, it's not just the
Right.
number of
The
students.
demographics.
The number of IAPs, for example, the number of.
I understand.
So we'll be coming up with a couple of different scenarios. Everything comes at a price tag, so we'll
Right.
bring it to the board.
Right, but if
Okay.
Harborside needs to give up their assistant principal and go to another one, we need to maximize what we have, and it has to be equitable out there for the principals. They also need help.
Absolutely.
So what's my deadline? What's your deadline? Better state it.
So we can bring you January, February. Yeah.
Will that include a fiscal impact since it's?
Yeah, we have to
talking-
give, it has to be included with the fiscal impact.
Sure.
With a general fiscal impact. So it would have to be after January because of the May revi.
Sure.
So we'll bring it in February.
See, and at this point, we're looking at, I know that's most important, the finances piece, but if we're to use the yardstick we're using now, it would be moving players because the numbers have changed. So anyway, I'll wait till February. Thank you. And I guess with the other trustees being gone, it's now going to be Tamayo and myself I was going to ask on the update on the cell phone usage policy. We'll take a look at that. And we had asked before about Title I monies. And we needed to know how much of it was left on the table. There had been some certain instances where a school or schools did not use their Title I monies.
That was sent, correct? I saw it on the Friday update. That was sent. The Title I.
Can you resend that to me, please? And what's left?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And, okay, that's it, thank you.
Go ahead.
Can I get a timeline on when is Chula Vista Hills going to get a quality water fountain?
Water ball refill, not a water fountain, water
Oh.
refill.
That. So by next board meeting, we're getting a contract or something?
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Okay,
There are actually a couple of schools.
good. And I think that quality water is something that is a necessity, a basic necessity for the school, and the district should be paying for it, not the school. So let's look into that.
Bless you. The only report, I know that I can't remember the assembly bill number off the top of my head with regard to the cell phones, takes effect July 1st, 2026, which is the next school year. Just in relation to that, what what are our school sites doing right now? Because some sites I go to and they say they don't have a problem at all. Kids put them in their backpack, they walk on campus, and they're not seen. Just to get a feel for what the school sites are doing. Other than that, board communications, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
I was invited by Jerry Rendon, old friend of ours, to the Metro Conference Hall of Fame. I just thought it'd be nice for everyone to know that his father was inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I thought just it'd be nice to know he's been in education for a very long time. They also inducted school administrators, coaches, athletes. One of the athletes was Adrian Gonzalez that was there. So on November 21st, we handed out 453 turkeys. I believe 438 alone went to Vista Square School families and staff. The rest, Mr. Romero and his staff they delivered them to other people that could use them, but Barbie and Ozzy were just instrumental in making it happen. We cleaned out a few Walmarts, I'm sure, and for those turkeys, and Mr. Romero was amazing. And we had donors, a few of my husband's and I friends, and another acquaintance who's preferred not to mention his name, although he works here, and a friend of mine, Andrea Hayes. And we want to thank everyone. The families were so grateful. There was a few families, moms that came up to us and twice and doubled back to thank us because she had just lost her job and she was not going to have anything. And I think allowing people to have a little bit of dignity at a time that's so special for the children when their friends are talking about having a turkey dinner and they're not having anything. So I want to thank everyone, but I did want to allow Mr. Romero a minute, if that was okay. Trustee Ugarte, we've developed an idea for the future moving forward on the turkeys. Would that be okay with you?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dominguez Cervantes. This time of year, it's always, exciting for the Human Resources Department to put the human element into our amazing community. And so the HR department was super excited when you came up with this idea and shared it with Dr. Reyes. And in conversation that we had, you and I, we talked about how this could be ongoing. This idea, was something that, we had to do really quick. And we were excited to get engaged with it, but we talked about how we could continue this to be an annual event and maybe even grow it. And so some of the ideas that we were sharing was maybe start like a turkey trot fundraiser, like a small 5K that can get more of the community involved. And then looking at how we can expand it to include not just the turkey, but some of the other additional items that come along with the Thanksgiving dinner, and just be an annual celebration of the Chula Vista School District's commitment to our families. So we're excited to engage in further conversations with you and the board about how we can continue this to grow. But thank you for bringing and considering the HR department to help you with this mission, and we're committed. We're all in.
Well, he volunteered on his own. I did
Two
not
words.
ask.
Community schools.
Yes.
Reach out.
Yes.
Well, and we will be reaching out for manpower because this woman had no business picking up that many turkeys. I'm still hurting really bad. It hurts. So that was a thank you, Mr. Romero. And please thank Ozzy and Barbie and the rest of your staff that helped. And I also visited the Rice Elementary ribbon cutting. They had an amazing mural. It was just beautiful. And thank you for inviting me, Dr. Reyes, or having them let me know. And Macmillan, I was at their celebration, their holiday celebration, and they have a VAPA teacher there that's amazing, Ms. Kono. And that was just really great. Kids singing and playing musical instruments. So thank you. And I hope that everyone has a wonderful, wonderful Christmas holiday with your family, your loved ones. Stay warm, stay healthy, and get some sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us, thank you.
I wanted to express my gratitude to Trustee Dominguez Cervantes for arranging the turkeys. I think that was great. A lot of the community benefited from that, so I'm grateful that you took the lead on that. Nothing much to communicate. I think I communicated enough today. But I do want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday. I hope that you get to unplug and enjoy this time with family. Rochelle, no more texting, no more emails, please. But really take care of yourselves. Enjoy this time with families and really use it to re-energize yourselves. And we'll see you next year.
I just want to say that the Starlight Parade was super fun and super cold. And the kids had a blast. All the kids high-fiving, and I used a lot of hand sanitizer. But it was really fun, and I look forward to that and always have improvement suggestions. It was great last year. It was even better this year, and we were thinking of things as we were walking. Just a lot of fun, a lot of people out there. I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and this year a Happy Hanukkah around the same time, and then right after that a joyous Kwanzaa, and then a very Happy New Year. I know teachers and people in education, it takes you the first week just to unwind and feel like you're on vacation, so it's nice that we have 3 weeks. And then really, really enjoy those last 2 weeks. And I don't want to not acknowledge the fact that the holidays can be very stressful, especially on the person who's having to do all the organizing and the preparing and making sure that it's magical for all the children, which is really important. And I do want to take time to thank Trustee Dominguez Cervantes for the Thanksgiving turkeys, and I hope your muscles are recovering. And I do look forward to us continuing to do that and expanding with our community schools, those food pantries for our families in the district. So thank you, and I will see you in January. Dr. Reyes?
I just want to thank everyone. We're finishing our second quarter in 4 days. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to the break. Again, I want to thank everyone for everything that you do, and I want to wish all of you Happy Holidays and the best for 2025.
The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on January 22nd, 2025 at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Would you please second, sir?
Second.
Motion by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. If one of us says no, then we can.